Hello, pre-notification gang. Yeah, it's all you suggested that last time I was here. I looked it up. Still probably wouldn't get it. Just keep opening up the whole way. The old way, I meant to say. It's not really worth it. It's not that big a deal. Why so many YouTube nights? It's just been a lot of fun. That's really about it. There's not like a whole lot of games that I've been pouring a lot of time into or anything. Thanks to the resub JMac. Fuck yeah. I think games have been the best they've ever been over the last few years. I really think games are only getting better, but I just feel like there hasn't been a whole ton of games that, for me personally, have really captured, like multiplayer games that have really captured me and wanted me to play constantly. Like the Prime Seep. And the resub Matt and Puppy. Thanks, Puppy. The 2-year badges any day now, Matt. They're coming. Thanks the Prime Stacks. Yeah, I saw Adam watch some Dar, man. That was good to see. That was real nice to see, I'll tell you what. Thanks the Prime Marcio and resub Papa Satan. And the resub Beef Rind. Do titties jiggle? I guess it depends on whose titties. Why do you keep saying that you wish XQC was your friend? What the fuck do you want me to do about that? Tell him, not me. Thanks to resub Nops and Beefriend. And the tier 1 Connor. Thanks to resub Hugh. And the tier 1... Oh, he said that. But thanks, Connor, for the tier 1. Popped up twice for me. Thanks, Fontis. I was 18 at the time, I think, Maul, when I made the Papa's Burgeria. I didn't make the game, but when I made the video on it. Thanks to gift sub Dizzy and resub Nate. Is that a suggestion or a statement, Nate? Thanks to the resub Water Moose. Congrats on the big wins, Bathroom. Thanks to the bits Poke Break and Eos and the tier 1 Brooke 1. Brooke O'Neill. I see it. Brooke O'Neill. And the Prime Yedemus and AJ. Thanks to the tier 1 Hero Sun and the Prime Parky, gift sub Shane and resub Crimson Typhoon, Cool Cat and Prime Tyler Mott. Oh, sweet. Thank you, Future. Hope you're doing well. We already watched the top 10 hottest female Sonic characters. We watched that a while ago, actually, Peter. There's the Prime J Ring and the Bits India and Canada. And thanks for the gift sub Pikachu and Tall Gamer and resub 2005 Dodge Neon. Yep, I finished WandaVision. I won't give spoilers, but I really thought the conclusion, really the last 2 episodes were pretty fucking lackluster. I think they took an interesting concept and made it very generic at the end. Which is a bit upsetting, but it was a fine show overall. Thanks to the tier 1 Boogly Woo and the tier 1 Uck You. And the 2 gift subs Cool Cat and the resub Fatex, this guy, and the bits Jacob. I've been alright, man. Hope you're doing well. There's the resub Shmeef. And Atticus and Marcus. And the bits Visositator, Colt, and Bathroom. Yeah, we're going to do some more Forged in Fire, I think, until we're all caught up. It's not going to be what we start with, but yeah, at some point tonight we'll do some Forged. Thanks to tier 1 Super Penguin and the resub Edward, LFC, Toejuice, Chris Handsome, and the tier 1 Instantaneous. And the gift sub Brandon and resub Gods of Gaming. How to prepare cabbage in a Dutch oven. Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Jacob. My scroll wheel's not working consistently for some reason. That's weird. What was it? This one? Dutch ovens when you fart under the sheets a lot, right? Like you hotbox the covers with fart. There's a tier 1 Lifty and the resub David and gift sub Pillow Puppy and resub Poke Break and Master Malder. Yeah, it was alright, cool. Hope you had a good day. And maybe G-Rent. Thanks to resub Santiago. The resub Divided Alliance and Prime Tyler. I turned that off to like 0 those scoots. I feel like it still accomplishes what we needed it to. But today I was donating to smaller streamers and the 10-minute following thing made it really hard to like interact because I wouldn't really remember to follow. And then the 10-minute cooldown's a lot. Why did people have to ruin Kay's cooking? I think it's human nature to go out of your way to be an asshole sometimes on the internet because you can, right? So when people see it, it's like Twitter. When someone sees a target, they'll do everything they can to continue to dogpile just to be part of it. That's my guess. I don't know. Thanks to the resub Blahu, Papa Parker, and actually Amanda. Can't click links, Amanda. And thanks to the bits Remy. Whacked out entertainment does not sound like something I'd like, but sure. Someone already recommended this, which means I probably didn't like it. I didn't like it. I remember this now. Toilet paper tier list? Perhaps. Have I seen the video of the guy that launches an anvil 1,000 feet in the air? No, but that sounds fucking great. How to make a Dagwood sandwich. Thank you for the 10 gift subs, Chimbo. Good to see you again, man. I hope you've been well. Thank you for the generosity. And thanks for the gift sub, Dingus and Prime Figurehead. So I don't know what I was looking for here. Thanks for the resub, super awesome username. No, I don't know about that, Poopy. Can't watch someone actually get hurt. Man stuffs mouth with 1,000 bees. This? Does he do it for fun, or is this... Holy shit. Thanks to Tier 1 Sir Smokey, Tier 1 Poppy Duarte, and the Prime Terra Smalls. And resub one person. And Kozer. Oh, this guy's fucking hardcore! What? Oh, is he? Wait, I didn't even notice. He's smoking the bees, so they're like dazed. Which, I mean, still, it's brave. Thanks to the Prime, Michaela and resub Gas Grenade and Banana. And JJ Swift and the Prime Bag of Spaghetti. When does he eat these fucking bees? Oh! Gola. Wow. This guy's hardcore. He's treating it like a fucking, what are those things in the mall where the heads are cut out on like a little cartoon figure and you take a picture? I don't know what those are called. Thanks to resub Brandy and give sub Dorm. And Rusmix and the bits Mikey, Rotok, and Ginger. Thanks to the Prime Program. What in the fuck? Is this guy just immune to bees or something? Like they don't want to fuck with him? Like he's not even like a beekeeper or anything. Do the comments have an explanation? That's fucking crazy. That's a strong man. Thanks to the resub Screamin' Burrito, Alan, and the gift sub J Staff and Hiroson. No, I think he's just immune to bees. Like they don't want to sting him. Yeah, I've seen The Amazing Bulk. Thanks to the bits Vex and Banana.
Dutch oven cooking cabbage. This is what Chef Boneyard is going to prepare.
Let's do it, Chef Boneyard.
And talked to me by Yankee, which happens to be
Who's the Prime Red?
my wife.
The bit Pappy.
Boneyard. Princess Boneyard. What you do is you get your cabbage, you see? You stand it up with at the end. Yeah. And you want to slice it 4 ways, right? 4 ways?
So is this like competent cooking somehow? The setup is less than ideal, but he seems to be knowledgeable.
Oh, yeah. I'm wet crooked.
Oh, there we go.
I went crooked. It'll be alright, won't
It'll be alright, it's still gonna cook.
How about if I do it like that?
Thanks for some Bellum and Dizzy. I would not do that,
I got a
Girthy.
machete I could use. Oh yeah.
Nice. Clean
If
cut.
you don't go all the way through, you can always turn it over to finish batoning the other side. Alright. And then you cross it over. Now I gotta baton it again. Yeah.
Well, this is pretty wild.
Do the other
So-
side too.
What the fuck is a Dutch oven in this scenario? I thought it was just farting under the covers a lot. Which it still is, but I didn't know there was like a real life
Yeah.
counterpart.
Now once that starts cooking, it'll just lay on over. Like melted butter. Speaking of butter, that's one of the main ingredients.
Thanks to give some
There it
dicky
is.
cheese. And the Bits plant lady.
Oh my lord.
You said do that, didn't you?
Yeah?
Oh, all good, Shane. It was pretty interesting.
Alright. Well, it didn't cauliflower like I wanted to. I have done this before.
It's basically a giant, wide, heavy pot usually made of cast iron.
Alright.
But this is a small cabbage because the Dutch oven.
Is there a Dutch oven here I'm missing, or is it that like paint bucket that he's going to be using?
Now, onions.
Get the butter in first.
I'm gonna put butter on top of my onions.
I'm telling you.
Wait, I'll be alright.
I know what sponge core is, Ultra.
So I do that so it helps spread it out. So you get that butter down in there. See, I'm Chef Bones RD.
Oh
Sometimes
my lord.
This looks horrible. Last thing I would want is like a fucking batch of cabbage with onions hidden in it.
Than the Yankee, then why didn't you know how to make this?
I know how to make it. Yeah. Yeah.
Isn't this the guy who substituted mashed potato for potato
Oh,
chips for
butter.
mashed potato? Yeah, I think so.
We're going to butter the cabbage.
Of course, I've seen that, Scroopy.
Yeah. Shove it down in there real good, like get it good and all buttered.
Just put it in the cracks.
Put it in the crack.
I'm sorry to hear that, J-Ring. Hope you feel better soon. Wishing you a speedy recovery.
Ooh. That little crack open. No.
So is this like an actual dish? Have any of you guys ever had butter cabbage onion?
Like so. Butter. Well, actually, this is a vegetable spread.
It's incredible. Okay, good. I'll have to
It's
try
not
it.
butter, in my opinion.
Thanks to the resub Riles and Tesco and Ray.
On with that.
Thanks, man.
Then you can
I don't think I'll do America's Got Talent though.
Put it in there.
Push them.
Yeah, push them in the cracks.
I got at least one for the size too.
Well, you break them. You're supposed to break
Oh,
them.
sweet. Well, thank you, Girthy.
Well, you the chef. You should know.
All right, cook it.
Everything's better with bacon.
Can bacon save this?
That to the sidewalk. Get the coat. Outside.
I just want to see what it looks like in the end.
Getting ready is another video. Little chop cooking.
Is it?
Pure collaboration.
Wait, where is it?
Cabbage and bacon. Oh, excuse me. MD cooking outdoors.
Is this? Wait, isn't this the pot though?
The bacon
Oh.
is now done.
I see. You put
The
hot
cabbage
stones
is
and everything
done?
all around it.
There we have it. Dutch oven cooking. Collaboration. Cabbage and bacon. And a Dutch oven.
I don't know how Dutch ovens
Bonjour
works,
de
but I don't
style
think you
has
put
done
coals on
once
it,
again.
like directly on
Thanks to-
top.
The Yankee. Cabbage. The cabbage. Look how juicy. Buttery. The bacon flavored. Cabbage. Oh my goodness. Time.
Well, don't know if I'd like it, but I'm sure someone in the universe would. Thanks to Tier 1 Claw. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. Put coals directly in your Dutch oven. Thanks to resub Waldo Life. Really? That's interesting. Thanks to the tier 1 pounder and the prime large. No worries at all, Bash. Hope you're doing well. Always take care of yourself first. Interesting cult. I've already seen everything from Meat Canyon, as well as all of Barbie Jeep Racing. If it's a popular video or a popular channel, let's just work under the assumption that I've seen it. We just watched Darman like 3 nights ago. So I'm gonna wait for a little bit, let Darman and Vid Chronicles stockpile. The Way of the House Husband. Gokushu Fudo? This one?
極道の世界で恐れられた伝説のヤクザがいた。だがある日を境に忽然と姿を消し。
This looks pretty fucking intense!
その名は
Thanks to resub Final Destination. This looks cool. It's like a Yakuza cutscene. He's the prime Data.
まあまあやな。
Thanks to tier 1 God Thaddeus and resub Neon. So what am I watching? What the fuck is this? Like a short film? It's a really good manga. This is a manga?
今日は新入りの初仕事や。腕前見せてもらおうか。
The Netflix one.
俺はまだ認めてへんぞ。
So not this? So how many house husband videos are there? This? Oh, so this is just a live action of this. Watch Slice of Life. In fact, I can't even remember the last time I watched the Slice of Life. Thanks to the Prime Truth. Check out Pumping Piss. It's a documentary about an aspiring bodybuilder, Jason Genova. Why is it called Pumping Pit? I'm gonna look it up on the other monitor real quick. That definitely sounds like a fetish thing. Pumping Piss Jason Genova documentary. Thanks to resub Red Beef and Junior. I do not like surveillance, man. Let me just skim through this real quick.
How much money? $40 for one.
45 minutes. I think I'll just pass. I don't trust the name Pumping Piss for Twitch. Thanks to resub Buffalo and Macaroon. Hey, Aunt Myrna's party cheese salad, of course. That's a classic. We watched all that shit together. Thanks to resub Avery. Thanks to resub King in the North. Tale of Zuka Zami. What? Ah, I see. Now we're just watching machinimas, huh? Exit Tier 1 T Barnett and resub Kickbush.
Commander Bahomi, have your men secured the Seeker of Truth?
Yes, Your Grace. We have access to the entire ship and its database.
I've seen the garbage truck burst into flames.
Ones need as much evidence as possible
Oh.
to parade Vadamir's corpse throughout the holy city. The loss
It,
of the
it
Sacred
tickles me to see that these are still being made, though. That's good to see.
was heresy. Download all relevant.
Your Grace, forgive me, but while searching the ship, I've discovered a rather disturbing case. Ships within the fleet, under the command of Commander Artas Nadu.
I think that's probably good enough. Exit Prime Kilkreath and the resub Electric Eye. Nah, Tiana watched Fire Force. I have not watched Fire Force. I started it but never finished it. That didn't work. Pirate Lad Fantasy. Thanks to resub CMD. Moonshiners is mediocre. It's not bad. Junior Christian Science Bible Lesson Show. I do love that kind of shit. This.
I'm so happy to be a Christian. So happy to be a Christian. I'm happy.
I'm not gonna watch that. It's only in the left channel. And the chat's gonna be whining about it as if it's my fault that it's only in the left channel. Can't click links, laser. Thanks to resub Austin. I'm assuming that's your channel. Soggy Medicine. Thoughts on the animation of the way the house husband? I mean, it looks fine. Like, visually it looks fine. But I don't think I have an interest in a slice of life. Thanks to resub Tableside, Rogue, and the Prime Brody. I love self-defense videos, but I think we've seen all of the goofy forms of self-defense already. Wendy's breakfast sandwich, nope. Okay. This.
The Fat Man Sammy
Thanks to resub Will.
sandwich. Fat Man Sammy? I guess that's what they call it. Let's do it. Gotta do some heat on this baby. We got the zesty hot.
Is Bob Evans any good? I don't think I've ever had some Bob Evans.
Yeah. It's cooking.
Mediocre? Okay.
Uh-oh. Looky what I have.
That's what I said, Shane, yeah.
Let's do it these waffles.
Thanks for some sweaty pee-pee.
Some ham. This is gonna be the sweet side.
Why'd you recommend this? This looks pretty good.
Topped with a couple medium eggs. But it don't end there. Oh no.
Like, this just looks good. Like, really good. Actually.
This look up. Bit of syrup on there.
This is... He's made an entire breakfast in a single waffle sandwich. This is incredible.
Syrup, baby. There we go.
Exit Tier 1 knocked out.
Now we need a cap.
In what world does this look like... Well, the bacon's a little raw.
Well,
In what world does this look bad, though, assuming everything was cooked properly?
just yet. We can do better.
It's literally waffle, syrup,
Sausage
egg,
patty.
bacon,
Now we're getting
and now sausage patty.
a whole bunch more bacon. Yeah. We're almost done, boys.
There's no fucking way you
Almost
can
done.
eat this.
2 more eggs. And now for the creme de la creme. Nacho cheese sauce
No way.
with jalapenos.
We're going so deep. He thought of everything.
Ooh, that's hot. Ooh, that's hot. Shot hopping. Should pour real nice, so pour it on there, baby.
It looks fucking delicious. Let's be honest. Stop trying to shit on him. This is yummy with minus the jalapenos.
We'll get the rest of that on there.
Everything but the jalapenos. What a
Fat
delectable
breakfast
sandwich.
This is it, baby. 4 eggs. 2
Let's do some metal crew and scuffed.
Half a pound of bacon. A spicy sausage patty. And a shitload of
Eat it. I want to see how you eat this fucking thing.
jalapeno quarters of it down.
Oh, cheater.
Couldn't eat the whole thing.
Coward. Thanks for some Cameron. Thanks for the bits, Shiny, Fluster, Human, and Dogler. That's sweet, Avery. A woman obsessed with rubber ducks. Haven't we seen that? Oops. No, we haven't seen this one. Wow, because it's the Today Show Australia. What a surprise.
I have the Guinness World Record for world's largest rubber duck collection.
Thanks, Risa Mickey.
Rubber ducky, joy of joy.
She looks happy.
Charlotte's collection, you ask? 9,000.
Wow.
Living in her duck room are basketballer ducks, antique ducks, keyring ducks,
Thanks,
ducks
Risa
from La
Poopsicle.
France, super duck, Winnie the Pooh duck, rubber duck soap containers, pirate ducks, devil ducks, and some real weird ducks.
Pretty cool ducks.
Ducks were my first ones. And it was a mama duck and 2 little baby ducks.
And what inspired that very first purchase?
Well, I got these ducks because I had a place with a very dark bathroom and I wanted to cheer it up.
And what did your husband think when you first bought your ducks?
Well, he thought it was fine until they started going
Yeah.
crazy. They started getting a lot.
Probably when you get to like
Did he
6,000.
say enough's enough?
Well, so he's ex-husband, but
Ah.
but not because of the ducks.
You chose the ducks.
And if they get sick, Charlotte has a duck hospital to keep.
Oh.
Some are so precious they can't leave their boxes, like Star Wars collectible Duck Fader. But others are lucky enough to join the world record holder for bath time, like us.
What is your general preference for the ones that you bathe with?
I like ducks that float upright because that's really important, so I can see their faces. And they're good swimmers.
Charlotte's been collecting since 1990.
Oh, yes, you have to lock eyes and show respect, of
From
course.
friends, workmates, in shops, hotels, flea markets, virtually anywhere, all over the world.
It looks
So
good.
Some ducks that I call my working ducks. There's about 7 that I take in the bathtub.
Thanks,
and
Risa
those are the
Brado.
ones that I get wet and play with in the bathtub.
The rest mostly live in glass cabinets in the basement of her home, squeaky safe.
Man, collecting really is crazy.
Your collection is organised, isn't it?
Now, if these were Yu-Gi-Oh cards, then we'd have a healthy
Saber
collection.
ducks, Argentina ducks, Asia ducks, Netherlands ducks. We have sports ducks. We have nurse ducks. We have doctor ducks.
Do you have news reporter ducks?
No, I don't.
There we go.
Yes.
There we go.
That needs to
You
happen.
got one to look for now.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah, that duck has titties. Fuck yeah. What kind of duck is that?
You got one to look for now.
What? Why'd they put titties on the duck? What? Why would you? I mean, hey, I'm all for it, I guess, but seems like a weird duck to have.
Vintage duck made by Edward Mobley, who's a famous toy designer. And you can see it has this lovely blue color and
Thanks,
these
Risa Big
wonderful
Rich.
curls on its head.
So, what's your day job?
My day job is that I'm a professor at the University of Washington.
Do people
What?
they think that it's weird that you collect rubber ducks?
They think, like, why are you hoarding these ducks? Don't you have any?
Whoa.
You have so many. But then after I got the Guinness World Record for world's largest rubber duck collection, then suddenly everybody thought it was cool. So what I learned from that is that it's okay to be weird as long as you're good at being weird.
That's a really good point.
Yeah, I could say that.
And the reality is, Charlotte doesn't care.
Genuinely a
That's
great
the point.
point.
This collector is quite comfortable living, breathing, even drinking ducks.
That was actually pretty fucking powerful. It's okay to be weird as long as you're good at being weird. That's profound. Thanks to the Prime, Madeleine. There's 3 movies going more in depth into the lore. I don't know about that though, Cloud. It seems like a big universe we'd have to dive into. Thanks to the resub, Nina. And thanks to the tier 1 Naughty Tomato TTV. No memes, you know that, Jello. Thanks to the gift sub to Gross. Food dip tonight? I don't know, man. I checked earlier. It's only like maybe 7 videos we haven't seen from him yet. So I'll just wait. I'm in no rush. You don't want music videos, right? That is correct. That is way too dangerous for Twitch. India's biggest slapping sports. Oh, I've seen this. This is fucking hardcore. Like, unironically, this is a pretty nuts sport. It's like the WWE mixed with real slaps. God, the technique is wonderful. Yeah, the dexterity here is impressive. I'm doing alright, Lavender, and yeah, a lot of big things. Thanks to the resub, CERN. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Fuck. They're so evenly matched. Ooh! Taking a fat wallop on that one. It's weird because they're actually slapping each other, but they sell it like it's a WWE performance. Ooh. Damn. I haven't seen this one. I bet he regrets that Goldberg spear attempt now. Fucking played him like bongos. Come on. Oh yeah. Oh, the secret slap. Oh. The 7 secret palms. Oh shit. The guy in the red trousers he has to be like the LeBron James of slapping here. He's too good. This guy is way too strong. Thanks to the resub, Maw Cats. I'm pretty sure the people he's fighting aren't even like slapping athletes. They're just people from the crowd that had like one too many beers or something maybe. He's like the only one that seems trained. Damn, we go for a while here. Hey, come here, I want to slap the fuck out of you. Get up here. What do you mean you're only 14? I don't care. I'll come, let me slap the shit out of you. Oh, wow. That sounds pretty wild, Jello. This sport is called kabaddi. I think you're mixing it up. This isn't kabaddi, I don't think. I mean, I guess... Oh, I mean, it says right there, all kabaddi. I thought kabaddi was the one where you play volleyball with your feet, or am I thinking of sepak takraw? This is not kabaddi. It is kabaddi. The chat is divided. Oh! Uh-oh. You shook the hornet's nest. Oh, damn. You slapped the bull. And now here comes the nuts. Oh! Now that is a good technique. The Superman slap. Outplayed again. Oh shit. Fuck yeah. Get him with the other like super powered slaps again. From heaven down below or whatever. Oh fuck yeah. Whoop. Come on. This man's got a chest of steel. It's like he's fucking built with Kevlar. Now slap his shit. Oh, fuck yeah. That'll get you every time. Oh, there is no escape. Not in his world. No, sir. God, this guy's too good. Like, he's just way too fucking strong. Those slaps are too meaty. He went 3-0 in the tournament. Exit Prime, Nameless Noob, and Teddy. Oh, did XQC say my name or something? Because now I see like 15,000 12-year-olds fighting his battles or something. What happened? Do you realize how pathetic that is? To, like, worship a celebrity that won't even acknowledge when you give him money? And then to, like, fight his battles for you? Do you see how sad that is? I know that you're, like, young, but, like, it's pretty sad, right? Like, take a step back, be like, Jesus, this guy doesn't care about me, and I'm still going to other channels that he's not even talking shit about to shit on them. Like, XQC and I have never been on bad terms. And he doesn't like you guys. Like, the people right here that are doing this shit, he literally disavows you constantly. And you still fucking do it. How can you not be, like, self-aware at all? At no point have XQC and I ever had any kind of beef besides just bantering, and you still come here and spam the fuck out of it as if we are. Like, why? You did this to Moon yesterday. Like, Jesus Christ. And I know it's not all of you, but I saw so much of it when I was watching these two men slap each other's dicks. Like, have some level of self-awareness. Thanks to the resub, Poop and Farley. You should watch Walter Slaps Zach. No, I'm actually pretty interested in this sport. This is not kabaddi, but it's pretty fucking nuts. This would be better if it wasn't in 140p. So I think it's only those two fights then. Oh. No, the channel is literally called Facebook Memes. This isn't going to be like the hub of slapping sports here. Thanks to the tier 1 turnip. No, I never go sub mode. I don't like doing sub mode. The only time I ever do that is if there's like bots. I don't like people feeling like they have to pay to talk and talk to each other. So what clip started this? This one?
Okay, but I saw some of everybody's takes, okay, and I saw one of the clips. Oh yeah, I tuned into his RP and it's unwatchable. Always goes to.
Hey, I never said that.
Always at the EMS. There's a couple good moments, but the rest is trash. It's like, dude,
I didn't say that.
Against me, and public opinion is against me. It's like it's a true take. You're right, but when people go out of their way to say stupid shit like that.
What?
Right?
Hold on, I'll pull up the clip. I never said any of that.
I mean, he is right. Most of my RP is at hospital, jail. Who cares, right? It's like, because I'm now the villain, according to fucking public social media, right? It's like everybody can say all the stupid dog shit. How often do you see me say, yeah, I had a problem sleeping for the last 4 years. I couldn't.
All right. So first of all, that seemed a little pretty insecure. I never said that. The clip he's talking about is this one, where I said, and keep in mind, like I said, I tune into his streams because I like his streams. I said the majority of it is him being chased, getting caught, and spending the time in jail. It's hospital, jail, and police for most of it. That's all I said, and then I said in between there's a lot of good moments. I never said that he's trash or his RP's bad. I never said any of that. And also, public opinion is not against him. He has 92,000 fans right now watching him. And, 5,000 came here to talk shit to me? So, it's not like public opinion is against him. Livestream fails is against him, and in a week they're gonna be sucking his dick again. It's the cycle. That's how it happens. Public opinion is not against him. He's had a couple streams where things didn't go super well for him on live stream fails, but it's only ephemeral. It's going to be literal days before live stream fails completely flips on him, again, as always, where they go from hating him to loving him. Like, that is the internet in a nutshell. XQC is not boring. I think he's a great streamer. As I've said many times. There's a reason he is the biggest streamer on Twitch. Like, there's not dull moments in his streams. Thanks to Resub Penguin and Fuzzy Man Peaches. And unlike other people, I don't blame him for how his community reacts from time to time. Well, all the time. Whenever there's even like this tiniest tiddlywink. Apparently that clip is out of context, and that alone was enough to cause a surge in people just being fucking hateful over here for no reason. It's very hard to control 93,000 people every single day. But there's gotta be something. Like, maybe teach them, like, look how fucking pathetic that kind of shit is. Thanks to the Prime Zion and the resub Bed Tundi Makes Me Moist and Penguin. No worries, TK. Like, you don't need to apologize for the community you're a part of. That's gonna happen with everything. It's just, it's super frequent when it happens with X. I think he himself needs to be like, this is pathetic. And I know he's, like, many times disavowed it, but be harder. Like, the people that are doing it are actual fucking kids. Like, your core audience isn't literal kids, but the ones that do this are. Or they're unhealthily obsessed with the mentality of a child. Fucking teach them how sad it is. Thanks to the Prime, Big Spice, and Evil Monkey. Thank you for the huge 5K bits panorama, goddamn. And yeah, Caitlin. Yeah, Caitlin sounds pretty pog. Appreciate that, man. Thank you for the generosity. And thanks for the bits, Plant Lady. And the resub, Peen Dog. Well, this was literally the only one. This is the only one I knew about this sport. Thanks to the resub, Fraggle. Watch Zombie Deer. Wait, haven't we seen that? "13 scary zombie deer video." Man, what the fuck is wrong with you? You're watching, you recommending fucking top 13 scary moments? Hey, you have the big 20, Kaze. And thank you for the 5 gift subs, Poseidon, and the gift sub, Novak, and tier 1 Mad Max. Thank you, Poseidon, for the 5. No, I'm not gonna watch anime trailers, Neku. I like anime, but we're looking for like more goofy shit like this. It's usually what we're always looking for. It was the 3rd video of what? This? Oh, this. I don't know if I can even watch that on Twitch. Not usually, Millie. It all just depends. Worst pitches on Shark Tank. I'm not looking for compilations, man. Like, here. Let me show you an example of someone really cool. Just to give you an idea. Yeah, I think he's naked in these two, so I can't show those. Okay. That's a pretty dangerous search, actually. Hold on. Let me make sure it's not another naked one of him. Yeah, there we go.
God entered into
like the wild videos.
Like me floating into you or you floating into me. Holy Ghost baptism. Today is December the...
Thanks to Prime Nut Sniff.
20th, 2019.
Like good rabbit holes to dive in, like Bob Hickman.
I've got a new name for God.
Mm-hmm. Hit it. Tell us.
God is Nell.
Mm-hmm.
The PP man.
And there you have it.
He's always fondling me, caressing me, pulling at my... You might say, how does he do that? I feel electricity flowing around it like an electric hand grabbing at
Bob Hickman is just a beautiful rabbit hole to dive in.
I see the Lord in visions while all this goes on, laughing, telling me things like, I want that.
So just to give you a little background, Bob Hickman is a man who believes the Lord has infiltrated his body and is constantly tugging on his dick and making him an extremely sexual being. So he believes the God is the PP man. A lot of the videos I can't watch because it's him with his full ass out, but the ones that I can are always fun. Like, it's interesting rabbit holes. It's interesting content stuff. I just find that kind of shit very fascinating. We usually don't do big YouTubers, but I do like LA Beast. I think he's good. Gas and Fuel. And we've already watched the Ear Pulling Championship. The Inuit Ear Pulling Championship. This. Thanks for resub Fecon. And the gift sub Mad Max. And the resub Evil. I did, I watched quite a bit of it, Carpy.
46 is your change. Thank you for choosing gas and fuel. Come again. Oh, hi. I'm Shelly.
The
I'm a
fuck is
crew
up,
trainer here at Gas and
Shelly?
Fuel. You're in luck. I'm expecting a new trainee any minute.
Is this what you
now.
wanted me to see? Like, is this your training video from like the 80s? You in this?
Excuse me. I'm new here, and I was wondering where I...
You must be Chris, our new wide receiver. I'm Shelly. I'll be your coach.
Why the fuck
Nice
did you
to meet
recommend this? Looks
Shelley.
horrible.
But I'm a bit confused. Coach? Wide receiver? It almost sounds like I'm a member of some sort of team.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, I don't know what you were thinking with that. That's a horrible training video. Give me something like hot drinks. Not this man awkwardly trying to hit on the employee. Though it seemed like he was doing a good job, if I'm being honest. Thanks to the resub JC. Retreat. And I dig dead things. There it is. The third one, Robbery and You. This seems like a fan thing.
By the world with the finest.
It is a fan thing. Oh, is that that's the one you wanted me to see was the fan thing? Why are we tossing clips back and forth? What is this about now? Are we going back and forth in real time on clips? Trashers, RP's bad. I never
Okay, that's intended though.
said any of that. And also, public opinion is not against him. He has 90.
What?
It's not! It's not! One subreddit is. One subreddit.
Okay,
One subreddit.
This is not right.
One subreddit.
Okay, a lot of it is hate watchers, okay? And if you're hate watching, okay, you might think, oh, dude, this guy's such a fucking idiot, and I hate him, and I think he's a good person. And you know what, dude? You're right. Holy shit. For once in your life, you actually found a streamer that you're actually correct about. All the delusions that you have about other streamers, that them being a complete assholes, right? Even though they're not, you finally found one streamer that you're right
Wait,
about.
what is this? What is this about?
Fuck asshole, dude. But I try to get better sometimes, and I think that's what matters the most. That I
Most of it. I'm gonna be honest, I lost what happened there. But it was one subreddit. There is one subreddit against you. It's not the public opinion. Livestream fails is not the general public opinion. If you walked outside, you would not be hit with tomatoes from people on the sidewalk. There's XQC! He had a bad RP night! Hit him with stones! Kick sand in his face! It's livestream fails! That's it! And they're gonna be sucking your asshole again in a week! It's not a big deal! That's all I'm saying! Next, the resub Phallic and Batarang in the Tier 1 Fresh. And the resub Hunter and Chaotic in the Prime HJ. And the resub Wild. Have you seen the Saga of Jeremy Do It? I think so. Florida man. Hey, yeah, this is the guy who impersonated a police officer for like 19 years or some shit, right? Or, no, I think he got charged with 19 years in jail or something.
I'm gonna put some. Who's got a really good memory? Raise your hand if you think you can tell.
Okay, I don't really like Dr. Phil, but that's the guy, right? Thanks to the resub Neri. No, like I said, I'm letting Food Dip muster up a bigger catalog. More robust options. Thanks to the resub Allicade. Not a huge fan of Boteoshi, but it's not horrible either. That's the one where they climb like that giant pole and people like die and everything during it, yeah. Like, it's definitely wacky, but it's just like a clusterfuck. It's just like a giant orgy around this pole. It's not super cool. Have I seen Jared Leto Joker is Jesus? No, I don't know what that is. But you see what I mean? Like, you can't make heads or tails of what's happening. This guy's like rim jobbing this guy, that's like all you can really see. And they sometimes climb over each other. It's like a zombie apocalypse thing, like right out of World War Z. Prefer more controlled chaos where I can make heads and tails of what's going on. Watch luxury pranks in their fake we watched one of those actually. That was like entertainingly bad. Is this more? Jesus. Tell him he can just hit me up on Discord if he wants to talk. Why are we going back and forth like we're writing notes in school to each other? Do you like me? Yes or no? Circle one. Like, come on. we can talk.
Suck my forehead, okay? No. No, no, no. I was like this. And he was like this, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Wait, why is this said to me? I didn't do that.
Right. And he was doing this.
I did this? Or is this Am I getting the wrong clip? When did I jerk off on XQC?
Can you really make this any clearer?
Granted, to be fair, I did do this. I did this to Ludwig. I never did that to X. Thanks to resub Lean Beefs in the Prime Thumbtack. Medieval fighting tournaments, you're talking about like M1. I'm not a big fan. And I can't click Link Ziggy. But I also don't really want to watch game trailers either. The reason we don't watch Kay's Cooking anymore is because people went out of their way to be assholes to her in the comments. So I just figured we'd stop since people can't control the urge to do that. Thanks to the resub code 02. Holy shit, Peter, that sounds like an actual heavy video. I don't know about that. And I am a fan of Joel Haver. Or Haver, I don't know how to say it. Lebanese Debka. Here's the stupid clip they were talking. Man, I'm so tired of these fucking... Well, not really, it's kind of wild, but I'm interested now.
Yeah? Oh yeah, I had a problem sleeping for the last 4 years. I couldn't sleep, then I tuned into a moistcr1tikal stream. And that shit put me in a coma for the next 9 years. It was so fucking boring. Piece of shit. Dogs RP. Boring as fuck. No content. Trash lord.
Alright, hey now.
Oh, but guys. Twitter opinion is against him right now. So I get to say shit like that because people are going to back me up. But what is that? That is like...
Oh, I see. So this is on the tail end of the... I'm getting lost in clips. I see. So that's on the tail end of the other one where he's saying... So he's making the example, you can say these things, or people say these things when it's safe to say them. Night, babe. I see what he's saying. It's fucking hard with literal awful clips, but I see what he's saying. He's saying a lot of people are jumping on it now because it's safe to, because livestream fails is against them. I getcha. Can you guys do a better fucking job of clipping things? Like, Jesus Christ. Do you hate LSF? I used to, man. Not anymore. I actually think LSF has gotten a lot better. But of course, anytime there's even like a tiny tiddlywink of drama, they blow that shit way out of proportion. But overall, I think it's been a much better community. I'd say over like the last 6 or 8, maybe 6 or 8 months, I'd give it. But there's always those relapses, of course. I mean, you're gonna fall off the wagon from time to time. A heroin addict can only stay clean for so long. Another one? Jesus Christ! Is he even play? Oh, his stream is called Drama. That's pretty fucking good. Alright, I'm in. It's not! It's not! Oh, we're going deep. One subreddit is. One subreddit.
You are
One
a great
subreddit.
streamer.
One subreddit.
It's 2.
Well, what's the other one? Wait, what's the other one? Jesus, wait, how long did I listen to the clip? Wait, what is this? What is this about?
Oh my god. Okay, then we're going back and forth like a bunch of crazies.
I said the same thing.
I told her. Okay, guys, I have a pattern of being a.
What's the second subreddit? I only know live stream fails. Who else is out to get him? Is it like the gang stalking sub? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe okay, let's say, you know what? In a far off universe, 3 subreddits don't like XQC right now. It's not like he's gonna walk outside and they're gonna be throwing fucking tomatoes, kicking sand in his face, giving him wet willies and wedgies because they didn't like his GTA RP from the night before. Public opinion is still not against him. You have live stream fails, apparently GTA clips. I don't know that one, but I'm not super deep in the GTA RP extended lore universe. But let's just say both of them fucking hate him right now. Livestream Fails is gonna love him again in a week. There'll be a lot of posts back on the dick riding, which is fine because he does have good content. So it's not gonna last long. But let's say for the rest of his fucking life, GTA Clips hates him. That's still not the court of public opinion. That is one subreddit. That is still one. And even if you had 3, it's still such a small chunk. Those 3 subreddits would not make up 2,000 viewers of his 104K right now. I think it's just, it was a bad night, and it's taken its toll. There's nothing wrong with that, but god damn it. Don't put words in my asshole I didn't say. Thanks to Resub Reason and Genius and the Bits Slapmaster and Kinda Want a Bagel. Yeah, not wrong, Slap, but it's kind of interesting now. Back and forth. I'm on full board of the back and forth. Irish Take Me Out. Oh, you said that twice. I said last time, I thought. We've already seen that. The Take Me Out show? Or maybe the Irish one's different, but we've seen this show. I don't know if it was the Irish version, but we've seen it. Thanks to the resub Reaper and Suspicious. Am I looking forward to the Kabaddi anime? If it's anything like the slapping we just watched, I'm fully on board. And yeah, I'm not going to buy a garbage truck. I'd love to have a garbage truck, but I just think there's way too much responsibility with that much power. I'm wishing her the best, Head Sifter. Good luck, Rairdrin Alicia. Sorry if I fucked her name up. And the resub Kelvales. World's Strictest Parents, mediocre. It's alright. There's a couple good episodes. Thanks to the resub Phil. Have I seen Japanese garbage trucks? What are they, like a rare species? Do they have like interesting things about them? What makes them different from the American garbage trucks? Woo! Is it just the compactor that's different? Because it looks the same. Yeah, I'm not impressed. I mean, they're pretty compact, like, they're not very big. Yeah, can't say I'm really impressed. Thanks to the resub, not Nick. I just figured everyone, there's already clips being posted, I might as well be the one to do it. That was really about it. Thanks to the Prime, Louis Key and VD Grub. And the Prime, Killa Blue. Yeah, we'll do Forged in Fire in a little bit. I usually like to save Forged in Fire and like Darman and Vid Chronicles till later. We're not doing Darman though, or Vid Chronicles, because we just caught up recently. Thanks to Prime Pixton. Thanks to the Prime Bloodshot. ASMR me eating McDonald's. We usually don't do the self-promotion thing, but I hope you had a fucking great McDonald's meal, Ash. Thanks to the resub Quickscope. Haven't watched Dragon's Den in a while because it just got really fucking boring. They just come in there and pitch like the most basic ideas. I have an idea for glasses that are tinted so it blocks the sun. I'm looking for $50,000 for 10% in my company. And they just fucking talk about sunglasses like it's not good. Dragon's Den sucks. There's the resub Hat and the Prime Glacier. Give me some good obscure shit again. Thanks to Tier 1 Merton. These are all just huge channels though. Cool 3D World has like 10 million subs. We can just watch Forged in Fire now if it's all just gonna be like big YouTubers. Today is the day. It's pretty broad. Is this just your band or something? Today is the day, burn in hell. This one? This would absolutely crush it at the biker bar. Well, I wish you all the best of luck, I guess, there. But yeah, I'm not really looking for music videos. Thanks to Prime Jack and resub Ash. Reporter almost eaten by camel. That sounds pretty good. By fucking cannibal, is that what you meant? It's the cannibal documentary again? You broke camel. You son of a bitch. You got me excited. If you watch Debka, watch Freestyle Lebanese Debka. Why do you keep bringing up Lebanese Debka? I don't know what that means. You know what? Fuck it. I don't know why you phrase it like if I was considering watching Debka. That's like the literal last thing on like my list of potential things to watch. I don't know what the fuck Debka is. Okay, this better be a banger. Which one? Like this? Canada one? God damn! This guy's really feeling it. Thanks to the Prime, Apple, and Dandy. Well, that was good. It's about as much Debka as I can handle, though, I think. Kabaddi de Nazare. Isn't that what we just watched? Holy shit. Wait, is this the guy? So this was absolutely called Kabaddi. He's fired up. Someone fucking slap him. Let's go. I'm in. Finally. Please resub only meta. Let's get it. Grabbed his cock. It's part of Kabaddi tradition. You have to tug on the cock to make sure he's not using augments. Here we go. Show of respect, and now let's get wild, boys. So who's De Nazare? Is it this guy? Or is it this guy? Or is it neither of them? When do they start? Oh, here we go. There it is. First blood. Nice. Good speed. Good speed. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, full force now. I'm a little confused on the rules, if I'm being honest. Ooh! Gotta keep your guard up. Ooh! Oh no! Oh no! He found an opening. You give an inch, he takes a mile. He found it. He's in the zone. Not bad. Yeah, it's all over from here. You gotta be stronger than that, man. Thanks to the resub Strange Banana and Shred in the Prime Distorted. Are you not allowed to block? I think you can only dodge. Based on everything I've seen from Kabaddi, I think you can only dodge. He's having fun, baby. Blowing some raspberries. Who's next? Oh, the jumping jacks. He's disrespecting him. What? Let's get the referee in here. What's happening? Cool. That's what I like to fucking see. Yes. I love that from heaven to earth slap or whatever the fuck it is. Oh, the spectator's getting involved. That was a closed fist. This man's cheating. Red Shorts is cheating. He threw a punch like a coward. There we go. Is it over? Wait, who won? Alright, well, I'm gonna piss my pants. Hold on. I need to go pee. And then I'll be back and see who won. I'm back, team. Thanks to resub Zaxxon and Rixobi. Can't click links, Lofus. I don't know why you keep saying that. Thanks to tier 1 Vaseline. Oh, here we go. Are these the rules? In Kabaddi, you raid the other team. You have to touch as many opponents as you can and get back to your side without getting captured. Don't be fooled. This is a slapping tournament. That's what I fucking thought. I remembered Kabaddi. They play it in like full gear, right? They have like their own like team uniforms and everything. It's not bare-chested, right? I'm guessing that this is basically just a slapping tournament with some semblance of Kabaddi, maybe? I don't really know. Thanks to tier 1 Drain Saw and the resub Unreal, Cherry Chase, and Melon. So why is this called Kabaddi Days Nazare then? Very confusing. Oh, damn! That punch was packing power from like all of his ancestors. That was huge. Ooh! Does that mean he wins because the other guy got embarrassed? That's a style victory? Wait, holy shit, he just won because of that. What are the rules? Actually, big tier 2 Citrus? Or Citrus, I see it. Thank you, Citrus, for the big tier 2. And the tier 1 Chemic Organistry. Yep, I've seen that, Lofus. I made something about that, actually. And yes, I've seen that as well, Lofus. That's another very popular video. Thanks to resub Cosmic. So it seems like the Superman slap is a pretty standard move. Thanks to resub Dank. I did do it every time. Thank you, Dan. Not a whole lot of slapping in this matchup. These two are much more grapple heavy. Is that the garbage truck you want me to see, Garbage Boy? Thanks to resub Corn Dod. I'm so fucking confused on the rules, but I am beyond interested. What's the most popular fight? Javed Jatu vs. Saeed Bhatti. Thanks to the resub Raccoon. Let's go, come on! Fuck yeah. Does he have tape on his nipples? Wait, what? How's that not against the rules? That would help blunt the slap force. Hey, he's got a fucking band-aid on his nipples. That's cheating! You might as well just wear, like, body armor. Thanks to the Prime Slam, the resub Flamingo. They're probably sensitive. If you have sensitive nipples, then this isn't the kind of sport for you to be in the first place. You can't, I think that's so unfair. He already has a height advantage, and now he's got tape all over his fucking body? Like, come on. Though he doesn't have a whole lot of force behind his slaps. He's not looking good right now. He is not looking good. Yes! I love kabaddi! When's round 2? Oh, here we go. Oh. So wait, he won? I'm so confused. I need the rule book of this. Where's Vasily? Man, imagine if Vasily did enter into this. He'd slap holes through their chests. Oh shit. They went right into it. Ooh! Nice! Yeah, I think it has to have like some element of kabaddi, right? So I'm guessing there's like territories that they have to like infiltrate or something for points. Fuck, I don't get it. They have to cross the middle. Okay, so yellow shorts is trying to stop him from crossing the middle through slaps, I think. That was a playful little tap on the face. I like that. Good sportsmanship. Oh, here we go. Oh! The armbar. Oh! Good reversal. Oh, Jesus. An interesting technique. Whoa, hey now. What was that? Hit him with the 3 pumps over there. Have some class. Jesus Christ. That's a forbidden jutsu. Thanks to Tier 1 Barn on Fire, and the Tier 1 Grab Sack Wheat, and the Gift Sub Archer. Alright, let's go! Oh! Ooh! Snuck one in on you, huh? Do you want to quit now? Pussy? He did not like that. Oh, he's trying to create a force field or something. I don't know if it's gonna work. Oh, he's already given up. Oh, there it is. There it is. A quick one. Get him with the old 1-2. Oh! Oh! Oh, yeah, man. I hate when they run like that. Just slap like a real man. Oh, he's really... Oh, wow. So he wins now. I just don't get it. So is it like a touchdown? Exit Prime Bob and resub Insidious. It's gotta be at least some of it. Pretty interesting sport. It's probably enough for now. This one just says Batara Balak versus Unknown Man. That's pretty interesting. Kind of like Clone's clone, I guess. Meet the Grand Master of Meth. Sounds pretty cool. Meet the Grand Master of Meth, Dennis Morrow.
The best methamphetamine producer that they have anywhere in this part of the Bible Belt. I would have two 55-gallon drums.
Wow.
Lawn chair in the middle.
Holy shit.
Budweiser this high, and I would have two titty dancers dancing on this table, stripping and having a good time. And I would start drinking beer, and the mixture would
Sounds awesome.
go except for the aluminum.
Thanks for the 5 gift subs.
Beer and drop one aluminum can in this side
Linity.
and one in this side, and continue until the bubbles start.
And the prime snowballs. Appreciate it, Linity.
Skin off of you. And then I would move my chair back to the second 55-gallon drum, and you make about 600 pounds in two 55-gallon drums, and that's $9 million.
What? Holy shit! That is the worst tattoo I've ever seen in my life. It's a demon with a grenade for a dick. Why?
One day I had this girl bent over the toolbox in the back of a pickup, and she was screaming, "More, baby, more, baby, more." We passed by this buffalo. He had a dong about this long, nearly hanging to the ground. I screamed at him and I said, "Hey, how about some help over here? She wants more." She looked over at the buffalo and she said, "Oh, I'd never leave you if you had that." I said, "Damn."
What the fuck are you talking about? So you have a small dick?
You know, I had 200 pounds of jackhammer ass running like a pneumatic hammer on it, man, and I couldn't just do enough for her. She was trying to kill me.
What in the fuck is he talking about? Grandmaster of meth and fan fiction.
Oh, well, it's a good place for a question, wasn't it?
Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Mommy Love. And the gift sub Rice and the resub Red Hood.
As far as I'm concerned, knows what he's talking about. It's the best person to learn it from.
And you're hoping to get out and get into the chemical profession?
It's a possibility.
Thank you for the 10, Maddie. Appreciate it.
Do you meet with your tutor?
Thank you for the fat drop, Maddie.
Whenever he gets out of bed.
All right. Now get a case of Budweiser and start drinking the beer. You know, I'm gonna get my knife, and everybody that gets within knife distance gets stabbed.
That's simple enough.
Everybody, stay away from me. I want to die of old age. At age 89, I'm going to be chased out of the bedroom of a 18-year-old jealous husband, and I'm going to trip over a fence made out of crank into the street and get hit by a Budweiser truck going 80 miles an hour. That's my idea going out.
If only Death Note was real, Light Yagami could probably make that happen. Anything shy of that, though, I don't know if he's going out that way. In fact, I'm going to look it up. I have a sneaking suspicion Dennis is no longer with us, and it probably wasn't getting hit by a Budweiser truck after fucking an 18-year-old. It's just a suspicion. We'll see. What was it? Dennis, Morrow? Probably not the police officer, I don't think, or the pastor. Okay, Dennis Morrow meth. How about that? That's a dangerous search for Twitch, actually. Hold on, I'm not trying to, like, buy meth. There's really not a whole lot about this guy. I can see the court transcripts of when he was getting tried, but nothing about his well-being. Dennis Morrow is probably an alias, not according to the document there. Read the comments on the video. Pretty much the most unreliable place in the world to get info, but sure. Holy shit, I can't believe it. Is this real? Here, I'll just read it. This is my brother. He is dearly missed, and although he was putting on a show for this documentary, he was a very, very intelligent person with a chemistry degree, hence Breaking Bad. And for all of those of you that may talk ill of my mom and dad on these forums, I don't know who's doing that, just know that my folks were very loving and did the absolute best they could to provide, nurture, and love all 5 of us boys. Learn from this documentary, if you can, on what not to do. And Denny was the reason that I never drank, smoked, or done any other kinds of drugs, because in my youth he made it clear to me what the dangers were. I wanted him to die of hepatitis C from needle use, and it is very... Oh, I watched him die of hepatitis C from needle use, and it is very sobering to watch a family member die because of a habit they couldn't break free from. Jesus. Wait, but wasn't he in jail for 105 years? How did you watch him die of hepatitis C? I guess, like, he paid a visit or something would be my guess. Rest in peace, though, Dennis. No Budweiser truck, unfortunately. He couldn't go out the way he wanted to. He lived to 106. Yeah, he outlived his life sentence. Thanks to the Prime, Gopnik, and resub Ryan, Greasy Nuts, Noli, and Oogie. Yeah, rugby highlights are pretty cool. It's not what I want to watch for just chatting nights or anything, but they are cool. Seen that one actually, old school. Thank you for the 2,500 bits, though. And thank you for the bits, Witcher. And the resub Cracked Candy Canes. Alright, I'll look up the Magic Valley Super Pack. That was interesting, though. Thanks for telling me about the Grand Master of Meth. Okay, the Magic Valley Super Pack did not work. But it did bring me this garbage truck, but this seems like one pretty standard model. Thanks to Prime Shoda. So what's the full documentary here? Because I would actually like to learn more about this. It's probably just called Meth Documentary, huh? Thanks to Prime fucking plays. Taunt Logic by Viva La Dirt. You recommending video game highlights? Not exactly what I'm looking for, but I'm sure it's good. I don't know why I keep posting links. I can't. I literally, even if I wanted to, could not click a single link. Doing alright, Year. Hope you're doing well. And thanks to the Prime Inmity. Wow, a talking fish. Wow, you fish-lipped it. What? This didn't work, I don't think. Unless you meant this old cartoon highlight from this Soviet Armenian animation. Is this what you meant? Let's see.
Послушай, добрый человек, отпусти меня домой в море.
This is pretty cool.
Ух ты, говорящая рыба. А у нас вся семья говорящая. Отец говорит.
That is a fucking talking fish, huh? Can you believe that? Thanks to Prime Kin Drizzle in the resub. Wow, this is a name in SpaceX's life. Hungry wolf eel isn't scared of humans. Bang, what do we got? This? Fucking ocean-dwelling creatures are so dumb. Can't even breathe air right. Can't play video games because fucking computers don't work underwater. You gotta be real fucking dumb to be confined to underwater life. Thanks to the resub Graggle and Flick. Check out Brian David Gilbert's newest video. I'll check it out. Oh, I haven't seen his channel in a long time. Didn't he take like a really long break? I like his content. It's not really what I'm looking for just chatting night, but I do like his content. I think he makes some very high quality stuff.
Steady, use both hands at all times. That's some expensive technology you're holding.
Please give sub Justin the resub Fructose and
Attaboy.
Aria Guma.
Look at you, Mr. Director. Mr. Big Shot Director over here. The next Steven Spielberg, goodness. Hun, come take a look. Jake's holding it like a professional. Oh, you're zooming in, bud. Look through the viewfinder. The little tube thing on the top.
Can someone recommend like another shitty horror channel? We haven't seen some in a minute.
You need to worry about is this red one right here. Don't press it right now. That's gonna start and stop the recording.
This is so cute. It's not an actual old video.
The rewind button, or else you might record over a precious memory. All right. So we always want to keep the recording going forward. Okay, bud? Okay. We can always just start a new tape. Now keep me centered. I get my good side. Ooh. Look at you, you're a natural. Are you sure I never taught you this before? It's like deja vu. You're so good, bud. Oh,
Shrouded
no, both hands,
hand.
Jake. Jake, both hands. Jake.
Is this like a horror thing?
Hold it steady. Use both hands at all
It's not
times.
the typical kind of content he'd make if it goes to like a horror route.
Attaboy. Look at you, Mr. Director. Mr. Big Shot Director over here. The next
Love that
Steven
shit, Purple Plum.
Spielberg. Goodness. Hun,
Thank you
come
for
take a look.
25.
Jake's holding it like a professional. Oh, you're zooming in, bud. Yeah, look through the viewfinder. The little tube thing on the top. Hold on.
Crypt TV we've already done. They really don't do too much these days. Which is a shame. But yeah, they don't make a whole lot. Yeah, it's only been, what, 4 videos that we haven't seen? Like, they've recently uploaded. Crawl space, feature creature. Thanks, resub coconuts. KFC Zinger Pie Review by Ron. Okay, we can do that next. Cooking on the Frankston line? And yeah, I know those two, Bear. Not exactly what I meant, but kinda. Uh-oh. Thanks to 2 gift subs. Hello, fellow kids. Holy shit. What the fuck? It's welding. Why? What the fuck is the point? Thanks to Prime Bean. I haven't collected monkey nuts in a long time. It's still like 8 million monkey nuts though. Thanks to Prime Chikia. I've seen Possibly in Michigan. That's a very popular one. Watched that a long time ago. Thanks to Resub Americo. You're constipated as fuck, no fun. Have you tried putting like a finger in there and spreading it a little bit? Maybe it just needs a little extra wiggle room. Oh god, it's a head grab, run! Oh shit! Jesus Christ! Get the fuck out! Goddamn, Lopus. You're just firing him off tonight. Thanks to resub Leonhardt. Resub Spectre. And the bits Mikey. Fucking fight it! It's a spider! Get a hammer or a newspaper, idiot. Thanks to tier 1, ignore my name please, thank you. No, it's not Leonhardt that you're thinking of. I don't think that Leonhardt would say, "What's up, hoes and homies, how's the streets?" This is a different Leonhardt. Fight back, it's clearly slow. Oh, nice. Uh-oh. No! Yeah! Fuck yeah! Good work! Woohoo! There's gonna be 2, though. Thanks to the resub Nick in Sinister Gecko. Thanks, Cinder. Yeah, I like David Firth. Watch your flank! Be careful! Thanks to resub Fun Dude. Could just leave now. Doing online tarot card readings? I want to do a real life one. I want to do a tarot card reading with Danny and Matt. Holy shit! I looked like the Pokemon trailer for the Arceus Legend game with the frames there. Good god. Nice. Cooking on the Frankston line. Alright, I'll check it out. This? Probably. That's sweet, Pika, and no, not really. And I have not, True Jim.
Go out, hang out with my mates. Everyone on there's coming up to me. Ricky, mate, you got a spare fucking ciggy. Ricky, mate, you got a spare buck so I can eat. Ricky, mate, can I have a bite of your fucking sandwich? So I was just like, I know what I'll do. I'll prep up a meal for everyone on my local line. Yeah, that's a good idea, and the judge gave me the thumbs up, so let's see what happens, eh?
Oh, let's do it, Frankie. Frankston is an absolute shithole.
Looking at me on the streets because I'm wearing nice clothes and stuff. They're always wondering, how's a guy who spends so much time on the street dressed in such fancy clothes? Courthouse, I guess, explains why, man. We don't pay for shit. We fuck everything we get, mate. Everything we get straight down the decks, you know? Who bothers paying a cent for things these days? Like, when it's that easy to fucking wear a $100 shirt for free, man. Why am I gonna bother going into stores and paying for this stuff, you know? I don't get it. It doesn't make much sense to me. And like growing up, this is how we.
It seems pretty cool. I don't really want to watch 22 minutes of it though. Seems like a nice guy. That was sweet, Nev. And I don't know what you're talking about. Look up ... and the autofill responses take you down the weirdest rabbit hole I have found. It sounds very porny. I don't think I'll do that on Twitch. How to fix a printer? Oh, it's How to Basic. You're recommending a massive channel. I have Logo. I have watched Pro Yu-Gi-Oh! Actually. I've seen both Hentai King. They're very huge. Everyone knows Ali G and Borat. Guy launches anvil 100 feet in the air. Okay, we'll do that one. How to shoot an anvil 100 feet in the air. Thanks, Risa Brocky. I've always wondered how to pull this
My name's
off.
Gay Wilkinson here in Farmington, Missouri at Engler Park. On a
World
beautiful
champion
afternoon, we're gonna launch some
anvil
anvils.
shooter.
And by that I mean we're going to put some black powder between two anvils and ignite that with a fuse, and it'll cause the top anvil to fly 100 feet in the air or so. Depends on how firm the foundation is, but it should remain airborne until gravity overtakes it, and it'll land pretty close to where it took off from. Why in the world would we want to do that? I get that a lot from women. You know, women say, "Why would you want to do that?" And I don't know other than it's just neat launching
Fuck,
something that
Chunky,
really
I'm
wasn't
super sorry to
intended
hear
be
about what
launched,
you
I
went
think.
through, but I appreciate the
Men
kind
pretty
words, and I
much
hope
think,
you're doing
"Wow,
well.
That's pretty cool. Will it really do that?"
Thank you for that.
Where women have a different view. But, I
Godspeed.
think everyone that's seen it will agree that it's a spectacular event where you're throwing something that's 100 pounds into the air with relative ease and landing.
An anvil is not 100 pounds.
Hi, I'm Keegan Hamilton with the Riverfront Times.
20
and I'm here with
pounds.
world champion anvil shooter Gay Wilkinson. We're about to launch an anvil. Gay, go
Okay.
ahead.
This is something that's spectacular, I believe. I think you'll enjoy it.
You're telling me that Gay Wilkinson is so strong that he's able to just casually, easily carry 100 pounds like this with bad form at his age? No chance. There's no chance that was 100 pounds.
Landing really predictably where you want it to.
Hi, I'm Keegan Hamilton with the Riverfront Times, and I'm here with world champion anvil shooter Gay Wilkinson. We're about to launch an anvil. Gay?
Obviously 20 is an exaggeration, but it's not 100
something
pounds.
that's
No fucking chance.
Spectacular, I believe. I think you'll enjoy it. As soon as we lean down here and light this fuse, we're going to make a run for it. So hopefully you'll enjoy it as much as we
75 I could believe.
Okay, you bet.
That was like Moby Huge for him. That's how much a Moby Huge weighs, roughly. But 100, he would not be able to easily carry that. At his age, with that form, no shot. Holy shit. Excellent shot. Beautiful work. Here's a tier 1 silent word. Your average farrier anvil is 55 pounds. That I can absolutely believe. There is no chance that Wilkinson is so strong that using horrible form, he can easily carry it like this. And then just gently set it down. 55, could easily believe that though. Have you ever seen Big Ass Spider? Is that a video, or you just asked me if I've ever seen a big ass spider? Thanks, Shaved. Yeah, I'm familiar with that one. No, we're not doing Vid Chronicles or Darman tonight. We already caught up a few days ago, so I'm gonna let them get their catalog back up. I don't know, Bear. That just sounds dangerous for Twitch. Not sure hentai, but Code Geass and Attack on Titan would be on there. It's a video, big ass spider. Oh, it's a movie. Is it one of these self-aware bad movies? These usually suck ass. Yeah, it's one of these.
You better hide your kid, you better hide your wife, cause it's a big ass spider on the loose.
We're gonna need a miracle.
Jesus Christ.
Spiders happen to be my specialty. I become a spider.
Ooh, that was rough. It's not even so bad, it's good. Dangerously close meteor strikes Australian beach. I'm assuming that video is fake. That looked very, very fake. Try the Magnapina squid. Ooh, that's a cool name. The Magnapina squid. Oh wow, it's that thing from War of the Worlds. Holy shit. Can't believe these things actually exist. Things like this. Fuck. What a repulsive creature. Thanks to moistcr1tikal and the Prime Chaz. How sweet, and thank you, Shaved. Whew. It's not a squid. That's very clearly an alien that's been stranded on the planet. There's some shit. Something deep. Thanks to the resub, not Pergy. I've already seen that, Zap. I'll watch more ghost shit. Give me a cool... What is the... to anyone that believes in, like, ghosts and like, demons and shit, tell me one video that might convince me. I'd love to see one. Let's see something, like, fucking indisputable. Alright, so no one... From what I'm gathering here, nobody actually believes in that shit. Does no one have, like, a single thing that convinced them that they were real? I give you the 10 gift subs, Purple Plum. Thank you, man. Appreciate the generosity. Eat rotten shark. Thank you. Fuck. Thank you for the 25 gift subs again, Cool. Good to see you again, man. Hope you've had a good night. Or a good 24 hours. Fuck, Cool. Thank you, man. Shit. I believe in it because it's fun. That's fine. I just meant like someone that like really like is deep in it. Like surely there was a video or something that convinced you. Thanks to resub Gil. Nuke's top 5 for Ghost. We did that already. Not a single person? That's fucking crazy. He's a tier 1 Dr. Love. I'm not really looking for Hamish and Andy clips. I haven't seen that one, but I'm sure it'll be pretty similar to their others. Yeah, we can just do Forged in Fire now. Alright. So this is the channel that convinced you of ghosts. Thanks to the Prime Ghost Goner. Nice timing. We've already done that, Nev. So any in particular, what's their most popular? How mysterious can they be? 4 extremely disturbing interviews with serial killers. Those are real people, not ghosts. Creepy guess on Dr. Phil, also probably not ghosts. Incredible clues that could prove Michael Jackson is still alive. This is the channel that convinced you of ghosts with a video like this. Do you also believe in the flat earth? Let's do volume 1.
Every week sees the release of multiple mysterious videos. However, some of these defy explanation. So, from a Mexican witch to a violent ghost, join us. Recently uploaded, this video was filmed somewhere in Montreal, Canada. The videographer films the moon on a daily basis. However, in his latest look, he apparently captured these UFOs.
Those aren't UFOs, they're beans, idiot. Clearly one of the astronauts just dropped them from orbit with the ISS.
Based on the size of their shadows, they would have to be massive.
Oh, that's the whole thing.
In this next video, a woman is casually walking down the street when she is suddenly and violently thrown by an unseen force.
Holy shit! It's like a Nacho Libre
Seriously,
suplex.
While some blame a chain, others maintain there is nothing there. As such, if this isn't the answer, what kind of force would be able to throw over a person with such ease? In recent years, the phenomena of frozen planes has become a hot topic among paranormal enthusiasts. Usually credited to the simulation theory, most of the videos can be explained. However, this one continues to puzzle viewers. Shot by Atlanta resident Sebastian Badajas, it shows a private plane frozen in midair.
Thanks to Tier 1. Thanks to the Tier 1 Imleko. The resub Sosuko.
Initially, some skeptics blamed the wind, yet the banner behind the plane doesn't reflect this.
Uh-oh. We do have ourselves a real mystery afoot. Who hacked the plane?
Eventually, after over a minute, the plane finally resumes its flight. But what caused it to freeze in the first place?
Probably just a server issue, I don't know.
Little is known about this next video, although it's believed to have been filmed in Russia. If that is the case, then this father and son may have captured the old master, the Russian Bigfoot.
Thanks to the Tier 1 Prince. Oh god! I knew it! I've been saying it for years, Sasquatch is real. Finally, the proof.
Compared to most Bigfoot footage, this one has little to no skeptics, and is considered to be one of the best videos out there. In particular, people draw attention to its massive shoulders and elongated arms.
Little to no skeptics,
which
huh?
seem to make a hoax unlikely.
Yeah, you can't dispute that, I guess. Looks pretty no argument from me. Also, I'll just read this out. The number 8 one with the girl being knocked over is an edited video. It was originally a tire that flew off a truck and hit her in the face, and they edited the tire out. I've actually seen that on Twitter. Since there's a lot of videos where tires fly out and hit somebody, on Twitter there was an account that would edit the tires out and just have the impact. And I recognized one of them because I saw it on Reddit. They had edited out the tire on someone that was walking down the sidewalk and gets hit in the back and just like fucking flies forward. They edited the tire, and the entire like skeptic community on Twitter was like, see, fucking proof that something is afoot in our simulated universe. So that is actually a pretty common one.
On May 17th, 2006, a mysterious entity was filmed flying over the
True
Nuevo
Bear.
Leon Mountains in Mexico. According to those who captured the video, it appeared to be wearing a cape, an observation that led to theories it was a witch.
Is this, what am I looking at, a microscope? What the yes. Now I see it. That is, without a doubt, a witch.
Eerily, in support of this claim, two policemen revealed that they had seen a similar or identical witch that same day.
Una persona vestida de negro,
Thanks, resubs Quanto.
con plumas, dos garras negras, así negras.
Not tonight though, Q. We just caught up like literally 3 nights
La
ago.
veo así, pero ella iba agachada. Entonces me hago para atrás, me meto otra vez al cuarto donde estaba.
Thanks, resub Meat Strips, Fizzle, Gift Sub Prince, and Prime Dakota.
Según él, una noche cuando vigilaba este lote de autos, recibió la visita de dos seres que volaban sobre el panteón de Santa Catarina, ubicado a espaldas del cerro donde fue grabada la enigmática figura. 2 años antes, Leonardo Samaniego
Perhaps metal.
relató un encuentro similar. Curiosamente,
Thanks, resub Logan.
era un policía.
One thing I've wanted to do is create one of these things. Like, I'd like to have Mark Rober whip up like a really convincing paranormal flying thing, and then just fly it around like, I don't know, some city, and see how many people pick up it, like, believing it's real.
However, some skeptics maintain that the supposed witch is actually just a bunch of balloons. Yet those who saw it are insistent it was supernatural.
I think that's illegal. What, to convince people that the fucking witches exist?
In multiple public hero videos,
Thanks for the gift sub
initially
TDL.
seems to depict the close call rescue of a bystander. However, when researchers look closer, what seemed like an ordinary fall now appeared to be the result of paranormal interference.
What?
Eerily, when zoomed in, you can see a faint apparition, one that seems to actively push the bystander.
Okay. Yes! Ah, of course it's an apparition. What else would it be? Thanks to the resub Daffy and the anonymous bits. Skinwalker Ranch. Yep, that sounds like actual serial killer shit. I can't watch that on
It
Twitch.
stays in place for a few seconds before disappearing.
Isn't this hold on. This clip right here. Isn't this the one where it was a drunk man that got arrested because he pushed her onto the tracks? That's this video, isn't it? Holy shit, hold on. That wasn't long ago. Let me see it. Where was it? There was a drunk homeless man, if I remember right, that pushed her onto the tracks. Or it could be a different one. But let's see. No, it's a different one. Or at least, I don't, well, Jesus, there's a couple instances, but it is, the one I was thinking of is not this one. Thanks to the resub Spike in the tier 1 waffles. Skinwalker Ranch was the first known sighting of a Wendigo. Okay, I see we're using those terms very loosely. There's a tier 1 Emily drones and the bits Aussie and Cinder. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'll queue it up. But I'm trying to find this because I'm pretty sure this video is, I'm pretty sure it was a guy that pushed her because this looks very familiar. Okay, I guess not. Must have been a ghost. Thanks to the Prime Kung Fu and Kidney Stones and the resub Smiles. And the resub Rusty.
On April 8th,
That makes sense,
1994,
Insanity.
the music world was shaken when Nirvana frontman Kurt Cobain was found dead in his home, apparently having committed suicide. However, some fans are adamant he was murdered, likely on the orders of his wife, Courtney Love. To investigate this theory, Phil believed to be fellow musician Alan Wench. Mysteriously, Wench was the last person to see Ducci alive before he was found dead a few days later.
What?
Still, the mystery isn't over just yet. Near the end of the aforementioned interview, an unknown...
No, alright. Now that one's kind of interesting. It's not like a ghost thing or anything, that's just kind of interesting. I've never heard that theory. What was that? Al Duce? Is that even a real thing? El Duce. Eldon Hoke. After the body of frontman Kurt Cobain was discovered in the greenhouse of Cobain's Lake Washington home, Hoke began making the claim that Cobain's wife, Courtney Love, had offered to pay him to kill Cobain. Hoke promoted his story in such media outlets as Jerry Springer, Inquirer, and Nick Broomfield's documentary Kurt and Courtney. In 1996, Hoke passed a lie detector test when claiming that Love had offered him $50,000 to kill Cobain. In 1997, Duche, I don't know how to say it, it's whatever, again claimed that Love offered him $50,000 to whack Cobain. Claimed that he knew who did kill Cobain, giving the name Alan, and some people think it was Alan Rinch, but he said he would let the FBI catch him. According to a self-published book by Mentor's bass player Steve Broy, the whole story was concocted by Mentor's associate Rev Bud Green in order to sell to supermarket tabloids. Nice. Interestingly, though, April 19th, 1997, one day after his final performance and talking to Brent Alden, 8 days after filming his interview with Nick Broomfield in the Kurt and Courtney documentary, he was found dead on the railroad tracks, decapitation in an accident, and was hit on by a full freight train going 60. That is pretty fucking weird. Thanks to the Prime Ram and the resub Drobes. The day's been alright, Bear. Hope you've done well. Wild. According to the documentary made about, or autobiography made about El Duce, there were people on the track, on the other side of the tracks that called out to him, and he went over to meet them and got stuck. Thanks to the Prime Lumbo. So who is Alan Rinch? How deep does this go? What a fucking unfortunate name. Alan Rinch just of course brings me Alan Wrenches to buy. I see. So he doesn't want to be found. That crafty Alan Wrench. Damn. Alright, I'll do Alan Wrench Cobain. Alright. Murdering Kurt Cobain, finishing it all off. I actually have a photo of Alan Wrench with Kurt Cobain wearing the shirt that he died in. Alan Wrench says he killed Kurt Cobain. Who is Alan Wrench? Yeah, there's not a whole lot about Alan Wrench. But it just seems like a guy who's trying to piggyback off of that story from El Duchy.
Whilst most have heard of the mainstream 9/11 conspiracies, one controversial theory proposes that United 93 was actually empty when it crashed. Supposedly, the passengers
Oh, this
were
one's just
removed
really
from the
fucking
plane
disrespectful.
and subsequently murdered. To prove this video, years before its release, in December 2009, these two videos were uploaded to YouTube. Shot in Moscow, they appear to show the same pyramid-shaped UFO. After the release of this footage, sightings of the pyramid went quiet. Then in 2018, this UFO was caught above the Pentagon.
Holy shit.
Mysteriously, around the same time, this leaked video found its way online. Allegedly taken at a UN closed meeting in New York.
Thanks to Tier 1
a
pool
woman
and the Tier
reveals
1
the
boom.
Pentagon pyramid was extraterrestrial in nature. Interestingly, she is now identified as Alaya Prokofyeva, the real founder of the private space company, Galactica.
What? So. This shit is from a movie? Thanks to resub Leo. What movie? Thanks to Prime Crown. What movie though is what I'm asking. I mean, I think it's... I also think it's from a movie. Would be my guess. Like, this is so convenient that it's just like an exposition dump here.
Allegedly taken at a UN closed meeting in...
But I don't know what movie. Let's see. Alaya Prokofyeva. Prokofyeva. Yep, that's how you say it. Alaya Prokofyeva, founder, CEO of Human Cosmos. The only thing I find is her, like, LinkedIn pages. Everything I find about her is her posting about herself. Check comments. YouTube comments is the worst fucking place for anything ever. I guarantee they believed every single one of the things in here. Yep, that was definitely Bigfoot. Can't argue with that. Well, never mind, actually. Most of them are just calling it out. Nice. So this is the channel that convinced you ghosts were real? How? Thanks to Tier 1 Kenny. I love this kind of shit though. I think it's so fucking goofy fun. So I'm in to watch more, but I don't know how this was able to convince you in the existence of ghosts. I'm gonna take a tinkle and fill up my water real quick though, so I will be right back. I'm back, team. Who's ready to get convinced of the paranormal? Thanks to the resub Fruit Loop, Crunchy, and the 2 gift subs Billiam, and the resub Corpse Stickman and Cat. Thanks to the bits Olag. I'm sorry to hear about that. I'm wishing you and your family the best. That's horrible. Wishing all of you good luck. Thanks to Prime Tyler. BuzzFeed Unsolved isn't very fun. Night, Christopher.
A weekly internet show, The Atheist Experience has run for over a decade, and generally sees the host debate with various callers over different religious matters. However, during a seemingly regular, if not slightly intense call in 2014,
Thanks to resubs
there was a sudden bizarre and downright chilling moment live on air.
Well, that's just a silly argument. I mean, I understand.
I
that
agree with
statement.
you. I'm just trying to get at why it's a silly argument.
Well, I understand that that statement was originally said by Carl Sagan, but who really cares about, you know, them requiring extraordinary claims and evidence?
So then you should believe I rose from the dead. Okay. I terrified her with my awesome logic.
Apparently.
That's the creepy, mysterious moment?
As heard, while the hosts argue with the caller, she abruptly lets out a blood-curdling scream, and before we can hear any more, they disconnect the call.
What?
Disturbingly, the screams sound uncomfortably real, as though the woman was actually attacked. In fact, many viewers were so convinced the call was genuine that they asked the show to track down the woman's address. Others though aren't so convinced, and contend the scream was merely a sound effect.
Valorous.
Still, is it possible the woman was literally murdered on air?
Okay.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
A reality series is one of the last places you'd expect to find credible proof of life after death. However, one Big Brother contestant allegedly heard the voice of her dead sister.
Ué, eu vi meu nome.
What?
Cida? Cida? Aonde?
This is a mysterious video?
Aonde?
I think he was just happy to be watching some Brazilian Big Brother here.
Still, the mystery seems over when a fellow contestant claims responsibility.
I'm just gonna skip through this. I think
Yet
it's
things get
just
even
this guy
hairier.
being horny.
In the previous look at mysterious videos, I covered a plane supposedly frozen in the air. To some, this was evidence of the simulation theory.
Thanks to resub
while to
Chris Crab
skeptics,
and
it was just the wind.
Ghetto Works.
However,
and
either
the Dollar
way,
Astro.
these so-called glitches in the Matrix not only affect aircraft, but also apparently birds. Now, admittedly, most of these videos are easily explained as normal hunting behaviour. Yet what if the bird was dead, and still somehow floating?
What is it? What is it? Can you see it?
This is an old patch. Yeah. Just a bit of lag. Desync.
What the hell is that?
According to one onlooker, Nino Tobrak-Kojan,
Here's the
he
Prime
watched
Demon.
it for at least 2 minutes, but saw no movement whatsoever.
2 minutes?
Unsurprisingly,
He drove
the
right
strange
by
video
it.
has itself led to stranger theories. The common consensus is that it's proof of the aforementioned artificial reality, but alternative bizarre ideas claim it's a government drone, or even a broken alien device. Leave your own theories in the comments.
What the hell is that?
Yes, a broken alien device is pretty reasonable given all the evidence. Thanks to the resub Arisen and Detergent.
If you've spent any time in conspiracy circles, you've likely heard of the chemtrail theory. The idea is that many contrails are actually filled with undisclosed chemical substances.
They're making our dicks
These
smaller.
chemtrails then slowly poison the atmosphere with the overall purpose of human population control.
It's clearly
an
not
additional
working.
And downright bizarre theory posits that said chemicals are released via cloaked government planes. Now obviously this sounds ridiculous, but believers have offered up some weird videos. Incredibly, on July 17, 2019, Skywatcher Eye of the Beholder filmed this unexplained anomaly in Bucharest,
Sweet, thanks,
Romania.
Eris. Oh yeah, I know, I love these things, Mafia. Thanks to the resub, Maddie. And yeah, True Cult.
Still, you might say this was just an optical illusion, yet 2 days before this video was released, amateur researcher Linda Miller captured another one of these planes.
Thanks to the resub, Varus. Looks pretty good. I can't,
So could
yeah.
the impossible be true?
There we go.
And the government actually use invisible planes?
Thanks to the resub, Clorox and the Prime Stick.
Hidden in the remote Monitor Valley of Nevada lies the boiling hot spring the Ants Punch Bowl. Such extraordinary heat has led to the alternative name Devil's Cauldron. But
I've
could
heard of
there be
that.
an additional and darker reason for this?
Oh.
One person who may have stumbled upon the answer is the channel Texrax. For years, they've tested the durability of multiple pieces of technology via different extreme situations. As such, the boiling cauldron was a perfect place to test the survival capabilities of the iPhone 11.
Okay guys, so check it out.
Thanks to the resub, Otis.
We're gonna slowly but surely dip it straight in the water.
Still, the
Alright, I'll check it
experiment
out.
seems like a flop with Texrax's first test.
Thanks to the Prime, Veronis.
However, the second time Texrax drops the phone, he captures something truly chilling.
Wow, what the fuck? It's demons!
Texrax himself is at a loss to explain the screams, but this hasn't stopped his viewers from claiming the cauldron is actually a portal to hell. Now obviously this theory is speculative at best, but there's no doubt the sounds are unusual. So what's really the answer? Be sure to let me know.
It goes to hell. What do you mean? We got the answer. What the fuck are you talking about? You heard the screams. Demons are always screaming
In the world
hell.
of UFO research, some self-proclaimed hunters often analyze
It's
flying
not the
NASA
drone,
feeds
it was
for proof.
fucking demons,
Unfortunately, for the most part, they're left with blurry pictures of normal space phenomena.
Thanks
However,
to Resub
every
Geo
now and then, the cameras pick up something that shouldn't be
Nuka
there.
Ruka and the Prime.
The most recent
Islo
example
and
of
Bread.
this was on February 19th, 2020, when ufologists spotted this bizarre object.
I'm sorry to hear that, Bear. We'll do the Ghost of Camel in just a moment. I'm busy being enlightened. Thanks, Resub Crimpy.
Incredibly, based on its size compared to that of the nearby planets, the UFO appears to be massive on an unprecedented scale. Still, despite such inspired speculation, NASA claims the artifact anomaly is actually an internal reflection of Venus. Intriguingly though, researchers have noted the UFO's similarity to Ezekiel's wheel, long suspected to be proof of the ancient alien theory.
Yep, that's what
For
I
those
was
unaware,
thinking too.
The Bible claims the prophet was visited by a flying chariot, yet others believe it was a spaceship. No doubt this sounds like blatant pseudoscience, except the idea was surprisingly correlated by NASA chief Joseph Blumrich. So is the solar anomaly proof that Ezekiel's wheel has returned? Or was it really just a reflection of Venus?
No, it's Ezekiel's wheel. Like, you can't argue with that. Look at that shit. It's like a fucking Beyblade over there.
If this year didn't feel apocalyptic enough, some believe a dragon has now been filmed in China. In a scene sensationally described as hell on earth, a sudden explosion recently hit the Tiexi district of Shenyang. Officially, it was the result of a lightning strike. However, many are convinced it was some type of plasma weapon, and even weirder still, that it had a connection to this flying creature.
Wow. It's always so convenient that someone's like looking in the correct direction to catch something like that in a totally innocent, nothing going on kind of day. I always just find that really lucky, just how lucky we are to get those kind of angles, because he's clearly holding his phone.
Mysteriously,
He just decided to start recording while driving over by those buildings doing nothing.
Like a dragon silhouette behind the apartments. Covered by multiple cameras, skeptics have claimed it's merely a piece of plastic debris, yet it seems to flap its wings.
That was sweet bear. No, I think it's
is
just.
It possible
I don't
this
think so.
anomaly
Boom.
really is some unexplained creature? And if so, why was its appearance perfectly timed with the explosion? Is this proof they're related, or was it just a bunch of debris and a few coincidences? What's your opinion?
I think it's a dragon. I mean, what the fuck else could it be?
A video that bears unnerving similarity to that of the frozen bird clip. This was taken back in September 2019. Posted to Facebook by Morgan Lyons, she supposedly stumbled upon this crowd of seemingly frozen people. This is definitely weird enough, but even stranger, there'd been nobody there 10 minutes earlier.
What the fuck is happening?
Holy shit. The NPCs, their code is fucked up.
Gotta go. Get me out.
Now, this is certainly mysterious, but could there be a simple explanation? According to some comments, the group is a class from Dr. Joe Dispenza's meditation retreat, in which participants stand completely still in order to become fully immersed in the experience. However, others remain skeptical of this, and question why they would freeze in such uncomfortable positions, as well as why some members are stood nowhere near each other. Additionally, viewers state that they couldn't all stand still without at least some instance of movement. So, if the people aren't from the meditation retreat, could it perhaps be an elaborate prank? Or, as a few far-out theories postulate, further evidence of the simulation hypothesis?
I think simulation.
Gotta go. Get me out.
You didn't see one moving. That was an illusion to hide the malfunctioning simulated
Earlier this
universe.
year, the city of Bryan, Texas was rocked by a horde of banshee-like screams, and although officials blamed the pressure release valve, many residents are
Hey, I have
convinced
seen
of
that
an
phase, and thank
otherworldly
you.
explanation. One of these
Makes
is
me
Daniel
so
Robb,
cool.
who was one of the first to record the screams. According to Robb, they apparently started around 8:30 in the midst of an unusually powerful thunderstorm, and continued for an hour.
There's a sound screaming, it's like a scream. It's so freaking loud, and it's coming from up in the air, like up there. It's been going on now.
Jesus.
What is that? I swear I saw like this thing when the lightning was flashing a second ago. What the fuck?
This one was a real thing? What did it
The
turn out to
screams come
be?
in fairly regular intervals, with an odd mixture of vibration sounds and shrieks. Most inexplicably, they seem to be extremely loud, and yet somehow far in the distance.
That is so loud and so, like, eerie. It's like a banshee, blood curdling.
So what did it turn out to be then, if it's real?
There it is again.
It's Zapdos? That's kind of what I was thinking.
What is that?
Fortunately, however, resident Rusty Eppolito was able to get a much more close-up recording. Unfortunately, his video only makes the screams that much more creepy.
Uh-oh. Oh, is that... I think it's a fox that makes a fucking super loud scream, right?
With an animalistic cry.
Is that a fox or
While
something?
around
What
the
am I
same
thinking of?
time, there are a series of mysterious blue flashes. Eerily, these screams sound like they're coming from something alive, and not
Mountain
an object,
lion?
as others speculated.
Thanks to resub, Maddie.
So what was responsible?
True, Boom. It could be.
For now, we don't know, but the answer probably lies in Rob's other two videos. Interestingly, the earlier clip shows the Air Force responding to an unidentified object, in the exact same location where he later captured the screams.
Yes, it was probably an alien spacecraft screaming.
Meanwhile, in the latter piece of footage, it looks as if Rob potentially captured said object.
It's coming from up there. See that thing in the sky? Flashes?
Thanks to resub, Sunbro, Neptune in the Prime, Atrum.
What was this UFO? A weather modification device as has been suggested? Or is there a more darker outlook?
That's not a cloud. It's a witch. So what does a mountain lion scream sound like? Well, that almost immediately replicated that. That took the quickest YouTube search of all time. That's pretty fucking close. What does a fox scream sound like? I know these screams are fucking crazy. Nice. This one? Yep, I think it was probably a mountain lion. This is probably filmed on the same night that that guy was losing his fucking mind thinking it was a banshee. Hey, thanks for the 5 tier 2 gift subs, damn right. Appreciate it. Thanks to the resub, Hawk Kid. Thank you, man. I'd appreciate it, a 2019 guy. Thanks to Prime Ghost Lores. And the resub Narwhal dude. Alright, so what was it? Ghost Camel? Ghosts of Ghosts of Carmel, Maine. That's what you wanted me to see. So what is this? You said this is like actual shit, but this clearly seems to be like some kind of horror movie project. Thanks to resub Cricket. Brood X. Give me a second. Thanks for the Prime Toboggle. Is that true, Mirand? It's fake. Well, yes. I can literally tell just by looking at it. The demon dark side of the portal.
a hornet's nest of activity. An entity came out from hiding. The activity became extremely powerful. Did we find answers related to this portal? You lived here in the house when we first moved in here. And we moved here in 2014.
Thanks to Prime Swaggin.
What happened during your time when you lived here for those first 2 years, some of the stuff you experienced?
No, I won't say it, Nelson. I don't know why I'm watching this yet. I'm not a huge fan, and that seems like pretty boring. They don't even fake it in a good way. I think I saw a skunk ape. Please help. I don't believe it, but it's the only Bigfoot footage that isn't blurry as shit. Okay. This... Well, it just actually just convinced me Bigfoot's real. Thanks to Tier 1 Monster Max. Is Bigfoot using tools? He's using a little hatchet. Thanks to Prime Rich Carlton. And thank you for the 5 gift subs, Madelvy. Thank you for the generosity. Thanks to Tier 1 Night Shot. At least do something cool, dummy. Ooh, that sounds cool, Rusty. I'll check it out. Assuming that really was Sasquatch, what a fucking dumb idea to just take off running. He could clearly catch you. Nice. Thanks to the bits, Vald. Butchie Kid. Giant spiders caught on camera. Mars rover crash landing monster attack caught on video. Jesus Christ. Looks pretty cool though. So he makes skits. I respect it. Rapid evolution. This?
Hey guys, and welcome back to another episode of Trey the Explainer. Now before you get mad at me, I'm just gonna say it. I already betrayed my 2018 schedule for my last video a bit.
Son of a
Now,
bitch!
you know me, I get super distracted very quickly, and I often find stories I find interesting that I really want to do a video on right as I learn about them. And just to tell you this, among other things.
Alright, I'm not really here for a biology lesson if I'm being honest. I thought that was like some kind of wacky video. That seems like it's just actually educational. I'm sure it's good though. Is there any, like, scary, unexplainable, real-world events that you guys know of? The House of the Devil. Okay, Jesus, this is just like, what, a movie you're in or something? Everything is explainable. But what if it wasn't? What if you came with no boner? What then? Thanks for the 5 gift subs again, Maddle. Appreciate that. Thank you for the generosity. So nothing unexplainably scary. Thanks to the resub, Gary. No, I know what Nexpo is. I watch the content. I'm talking like an actual fucking filmed event that's so out there with no explanation. Bermuda Triangle. Nugumu? Oh, it's this. I remember this. I'm pretty sure I saw his video on it. It's not very interesting. Have you heard of the Dyatlov Pass incident? Ooh, now we're getting somewhere. Dyatlov Pass incident was an event in which 9 Russian hikers died in the northern Ural Mountains. Is that everything? There is a new explanation for the Dyatlov Pass incident. For more than... This is interesting. I'll read it. For more than 60 years, the mystery of the Dyatlov Pass incident in which 9 hikers in Russia met a mysterious end in February 1959 has gone unsolved. How did 9 trekkers die on snowy slopes of Russia's Klot cycle, name that translates to Dead Mountain? And the explanation is... oh, they were missing their eyes and tongues. But it says it was the result of animals scavenging them. Can't watch grave robbing. That's like an actual thing. It's not like a creepy, unexplainable thing that's just fucked up. Can't watch that on Twitch. Watch Horton Mine, encountering a ghost in a haunted abandoned mine. This? Jelly Belly Rat, I know that.
Okay, here's a lower adit at the Victorine.
Never heard of that, Aaron.
This
We'll
was
do that
an old
next.
mine that once they dug the upper tunnels, this got incorporated into the same claim or whatever. This, I forget what this was called. This particular. I do see other footprints here in the mud, but I just don't think it's wise to go in here when there's water.
Do it, pussy! Thanks to resub, Chief.
I'm gonna have to step across here. Let me turn my light on. Okay, here's a shot looking down the adit from just inside the portal. And some water here and there. So I'll go up here just a little bit further and see if it dries out any. Okay, a little further inside the tunnel here. Now there's still water. You can see it.
Don't know what that is, Rowan. I'm looking for like haunted shit. Thanks for resub, hyperventilating and Pepsi Man.
Yeah, this looks pretty sketchy. I'll go a few feet further in and check it out, but I think I'm going to pass on this one.
Oh, don't be a pussy! Maybe there's a woman that sings a song that lures him in like a mermaid.
Tunnels I've ever been in, just because of how dilapidated it is and all these chains hanging down from the overhead, and there's a shot looking down the tunnel.
even further.
Okay, so the tier 1, the verse.
Still pretty wet.
Thanks for the bits, stupid. You can check that out.
And taking a look around here back at the entrance, which is there.
Thanks to the tier 1 Clayton and the tier 1 Bathory.
Here's a shot looking back towards the entrance. I'm a little bit further in. And looking down the tunnel here.
There's gonna be a ghost miner. Holy fuck, I knew it. Is it Prime Raccoon?
I don't know why that one chain is swinging.
Thanks to the 20 TG. I've seen both of those actually.
Don't know if you can see that in the video or not.
How can you feel a negative presence? What the fuck are you talking about? You're not an anime character.
Yeah, this mine definitely has a very spooky vibe to it. So I'm going to head back out and check out the other stuff that's here. This is just too wet, too muddy. And obviously something is making the chains swing. So time to get the hell out of here. A lot of water everywhere. And there's a shot looking back towards the entrance.
Thanks to the Prime 11. Or Elvin. Nice. Fuck, that was nuts. Thanks to the Prime Red Dot. Okay, so what was the other one? There is none of that, Bear. Not sure, Nero. I don't know which one my favorite would be. Don't know what that is, Skirth, but we can check that out in a bit. So what was the other one? Not the Dyatlov incident. It was Gotcha Colt. Yeah, the avalanche thing is what I saw. Where the fuck is it? Blurp Under the Sea. That's the one. The bloop. Unexplained, scary sound from the ocean. Here's a tier 1 Usar. It's a spoiler alert, it's an iceberg. Fuck. You ruined the fun. Damn, I thought it was a monster. He's a Prime Tedbot. I know what that podcast is, Turn. Whoa! Holy shit. This is Resub Ray. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Harold. Hope you're alright. Next to the Resub Jewel. Alright, this fucking sucks. Next to the Prime Cobra. It sounds cool, Koopa, but yeah, if it's just reading a story, I'll probably have to pass. Thanks to the resub, goddamn bird. NBA glitches. Wow. Thanks to the resub throw. I know what Nutty Putty Cave is. It's not like a ghost thing. A guy actually died in there because he tried to go. He like went the wrong way, and he like squeezed himself into one of the crevices of the cave and could never get out. Rescuers tried for I think it was 24 hours straight pulling him out, and it just didn't work. So he ended up just literally dying in there. It's actually an extremely sad and scary tale. Nutty Putty it already had a reputation of being like a really dangerous cave, and then that guy, and I think it was his girlfriend, they went in and he went fucking balls deep in that shit. He like squeezed in between like two paths of the cave into what they called the birthing canal, and he ended up just getting locked in where he couldn't go forward and he couldn't go back, and researchers couldn't yank him out. They came up with an extremely intricate lever and pulley system to try and get him out, but it didn't work and ended up breaking. And he died there. It's fucking terrible. And yeah, his body is buried in it. Well, buried in it. It's closed. They closed it and his body is still there. Oh yeah, they were like breaking his bones and everything, just desperately trying to get him out. Thanks to the tier 1 Jinx and the tier 1 Unca Stupid. And the resub Paul. Is the iceberg not the solution to that sound, Aaron? Have I seen the search for DB Cooper? DB Cooper's another kind of cool one. What was that guy's name from Nutty Putty Cave? Such a sad fucking story. John Edward Jones, 28 hours. He died after 28 hours being stranded in there. How old was he? He was early 20s, I think. Yeah, this was him. Okay, for some reason it's not going to my other monitor fully. But yeah, the family came to the agreement that they'd close it with his body still inside. Yeah, I mean, look at how look at how fucking scary this cave already looks, man. There's like so many like bumps and shit, and it's super tight. Thanks to the resub Mook and Memify and Dabs a lot. Have you checked out the railroad school kids that push your car over if you park on it? Is that like an urban legend thing? Railroad school kids. Damn, thank you for the fat 20 gift subs down with the socks. Good to see you again, man. I hope you're doing well. Shit, man, thank you. And appreciate the kind words, Night Shot. I'm not looking for ghost stories, though. I'm looking for, like, videos on shit. And I do not want to watch cave diving accidents. That's real stuff, and that's scary. Is this what you're talking about? Because this just looks like a YouTuber prank. Thanks for the resub, Gavin. Yeah, we can do search for DB Cooper. It's 29 minutes. I haven't seen this one. I didn't know this was from him. Ah, fuck it. XQC watched it. I'll watch it. I actually really like the DB Cooper story. And I haven't seen this one yet. Thanks to the resub Rick and the Prime, Gregory, and Mustard.
A daring parachute escape from a flying 727 somewhere between Reno.
A search was made of the plane immediately. We don't know who he was, where he came from, or where he went. I expect that we'll keep looking until we find him or find out what happened.
I love the idea that a YouTuber like actually solves one of these things. I'm assuming he doesn't, right? But maybe he does, I don't know.
In the afternoon of November the 24th, 1971, a middle-aged man carrying a briefcase walked into Portland International Airport and purchased a one-way ticket to Seattle, Washington.
Different place, Hyper.
The man identified himself as Dan Cooper, and along with 36 other passengers and a crew of 6, he soon boarded Northwest Airlines Flight 305. Once aboard, Cooper made himself comfortable in the middle of the last row of seats on the right side of the cabin. He ordered a drink and had a smoke, because this was the 70s. Once the flight was cleared for departure, Cooper turned around and handed an envelope to flight attendant Florence Schaffner. Inside the envelope was a note featuring a handwritten message stating he had a bomb. Schaffner reluctantly sat down beside him and glimpsed what appeared to be
Christ,
8
this story's
sticks
so
of dynamite
fucking wild.
inside his briefcase. Cooper's demands were quite simple. He wanted $200,000 in cash
Joe.
and 4 parachutes.
Thank
He
you,
also
Bear.
demanded a fuel truck to stand ready to refuel the aircraft once they landed in Seattle. Should they fail to comply with his demands, he threatened to, quote, do the job. Once the flight was airborne, Schaffner went to inform the cockpit crew, while another
This was in
flight
like the
attendant by the name of
60s, so
Mucklow
200K
remained
back
by
then was
Cooper's
nuts.
side. By using a telephone in the rear of the cabin, Mucklow acted as an intermediary between Cooper and the rest of the flight crew.
They're
for the
70s,
remainder
whatever,
of the
still a
hijack.
ton.
For the next hour and a half, Flight 305 maintained a holding pattern near Seattle, while local and federal authorities scrambled to procure the ransom as well as the 4 parachutes. 10,000 $20 bills were collected from a local bank, while the
Thanks,
owner of
Risa
a
Meme
nearby
Daddy.
skydiving school supplied the chutes. At
And yeah, I've seen it,
5:45
Park's
p.m.,
good.
more than 2 hours past its scheduled arrival, Flight 305 finally touched down in Seattle. By this point, it was well after sunset, and the aircraft was brought to a remote section of the tarmac. Once the flight came to a stop, both the ransom and the parachutes were handed over to Mucklow, who then brought them back aboard. In exchange,
How many people
Cooper
were on
permitted
board the
2 of
plane?
the flight attendants, as well as all the passengers, to disembark, many of whom had not yet realized the flight had been hijacked.
36,
With the ransom
60?
paid and only 4
36,
crew
okay.
members remaining on board, Cooper told Mucklow to inform the captain that he wanted to fly to Mexico City. They were to fly with the landing gear down, the flaps at 15 degrees and below 10,000 feet. The lights in the cabin were to be switched off, and the aft stairway, which opens from the underbelly of the fuselage, was to remain extended. 2 of Cooper's
Thanks,
demands
Resub
could
Nobly.
not be satisfied. First of all, the flight configuration he'd requested would not allow for a non-stop flight to Mexico City. As such, Cooper proposed a refueling stop in Phoenix, Yuma, or Sacramento before they all agreed on Reno, Nevada. Second of all, it was not possible
It
to
seems like they're
depart
on
with the ventral
Cooper's
staircase
side, like, yeah, you can
extended.
take the money and
Cooper agreed
tell us
to
where to go.
retract the stairs on the condition that Mucklow remained by his side and taught him how to extend them once the plane was airborne. Parked for nearly 2 hours due to complications with refueling, Flight 305 was back in the air by 7:36 p.m. Less than 5 minutes after takeoff, Cooper told Mucklow to head for the cockpit and that from this point onwards, he was not to be disturbed. The last time she
The
saw
bomb
Cooper,
turned out to be
he was
fake, though.
standing
Oh,
in the
sorry,
middle
don't
of
mean to
the
spoil
aisle
things.
as if though he was preparing to jump. Mucklow joined the rest of the crew, locked the cockpit door behind her, and some 3 hours later, Flight 305 safely landed in Reno. Once the flight
Sorry.
came to a stop, the crew
I
carefully
could be wrong, I
ventured
don't
into the
really
rear of
remember
the
that.
cabin, but there was no sign of Cooper nor the bomb. The aft stairway had been extended mid-flight and was slightly damaged upon landing. It seemed there was only one explanation for the hijacker's absence. At some point between Seattle and Reno, Cooper had strapped on a parachute, walked down the stairs, and leaped into the dark of night.
Thanks, Resub beat on. I'm not sure, Bear.
As soon as it became clear that Cooper was no longer on board, dozens of FBI agents converged upon the aircraft, only to discover a disappointing amount of physical evidence. A black clip-on tie, 8 cigarette butts, and 2 of the 4 parachutes were all that Cooper left behind. Evidently, he'd brought the ransom and briefcase along with him. In interviews conducted on the night of the hijacking, Cooper was described by the crew and passengers as a white
Thanks to
male
Tier
with
1
brown eyes
Malkin.
and dark hair. He appeared to be in
Robin
his
and the fried
mid-40s and
banana.
wore a dark trench coat, a dark suit, a white shirt, a black tie, and dark shoes. Soon after boarding, he'd also donned a pair of sunglasses. Based on this description, the FBI produced the first of several composite sketches. Before they could mount a search, however, the FBI had to figure out when Cooper abandoned the ship. But that was easier said than done. None of the 4 crew members witnessed Cooper jumping from the plane, nor did the pilots of 2 fighter jets which escorted the flight between Seattle and Reno, which is not all too surprising given it was the middle of the night. Although the flight crew did report something odd, the last communication with the hijacker occurred at approximately 8:05 p.m. when the crew used the intercom to offer assistance, which Cooper declined. Within the next 10 minutes, the crew experienced what they described as an oscillation or vibration of the aircraft. At the time, the crew suspected it might have been produced by Cooper's jump, and a subsequent recreation of the hijacking supported that conclusion. Okay, so that took care of the when, but what about the where? While Cooper was very explicit about the flight's configuration and destination, he never specified any kind of route. In fact, Cooper grew so impatient with the slow refueling in Seattle that he dismissed the captain's request to file a flight plan and simply told him to, quote, get the show on the road. As such, the captain chose to fly along an airway known as Victor 23 without any input from Cooper. By using Victor 23 as a guide, authorities estimated the most probable location of the flight at the approximated time of the jump was about 40 kilometers north of Portland. And so, at the break of dawn, the FBI mounted an impressive search operation using helicopters, airplanes, and ground troops. The problem was, even if the estimated bailout point was accurate, Cooper's eventual landing or drop zone was far more difficult to pinpoint. The
Fuck, it's so cool!
Covered
This guy's like an actual Galaxy Brain anime villain.
By a dense forest, so it was truly like finding a needle in a haystack. Apart from the difficult terrain, the search was further complicated by low temperatures and inclement weather, which persisted for days. Despite their best efforts, authorities never managed to find a single trace of Cooper, nor the items he'd brought along with him. Having made little to no progress by early December, the FBI turned their attention to the $200,000 ransom. The money had been collected from the Seattle First National Bank, which maintained a ransom package of $250,000 just for such an occasion. Because of this, the serial numbers of the $10,020 banknotes given to Cooper had been documented in advance, a complete list of which were quickly made available to financial institutions, government agencies, and the general public. The intention was to make it as difficult as possible for Cooper to spend his money. Northwest Airlines and several newspapers even began to offer rewards to anyone who could find a note with a matching serial number. In spite of these efforts, no one ever did. That is until nearly a decade later. In early 1980, a young boy named Brian Ingram was building a campfire on a small beach in southern Washington. As he was digging into the sand, Ingram discovered 3 bundles of cash totaling $5,880. Having heard about the infamous skyjacking, Ingram's parents brought the severely degraded bundles to the FBI. The notes were promptly inspected, and sure enough, the serial numbers matched those of the ransom.
Fuck, big fine Brian. Imagine being like an 8-year-old, fucking drinking milk, shitting in your diapers, and finding that.
Than it answered. The most significant of which was how? How did the money end up so far away from the drop zone? Looking at this map, it might be tempting to think that Cooper simply dropped some of the money, which then fell into the Lewis River. The bundles could then have been carried further downstream by the Columbia River before finally being washed ashore at Tina Bar, which is the name of the beach. Tina Mucklow, Tina Bar. Coincidence? Yeah, coincidence. Anyway, the problem with this idea is that the Columbia River flows in the opposite direction. This has led some, including members of the FBI, to re-evaluate the initial drop zone assessment. For instance, if the drop zone was much further southeast, close to a river called the Washougal River, it is conceivable, albeit improbable, that the money floated all the way down to Tina Bar. Alternatively, the bundles may have simply landed on the beach if the flight path was further to the west. Even so, natural explanations struggle to explain how 3 independent, potentially free-falling and/or free-floating bundles of cash ended up at the exact same place on the same beach. To complicate matters, sediment from the riverbed was excavated and dumped onto Tina Bar as part of a dredging operation in 1974. And according to one analysis, the money was discovered above this layer of sediment. If true, that would mean the money came to rest at Tina Bar sometime after 1974.
What the
But
fuck?
a re-examination of that analysis found that what was believed to be a layer of deposited sediment might actually have been a perfectly natural layer of clay. Not only that, but the sediment was clearly dumped some distance away from where the money was discovered. Furthermore, when Ingram discovered the bundles, the rubber bands which held them together were still intact. This is significant because experiments conducted in 2009 revealed that this brand of rubber bands could not withstand exposure to open air or water for more than a year. So, unless the bundles were somehow protected from the elements, they must have become buried at Tina Bar within a year of the hijacking.
This is so fucking complicated.
Seems to be that Cooper or someone else deliberately buried the money. Did Cooper survive and bury the money himself? Did someone else bury the money after stumbling upon Cooper's remains?
If you're in the chat,
If
DB
there
Cooper,
is an
just let me know,
explanation
man.
which
This
does
is
not
crazy.
require human
I want to
intervention,
hear more about it.
It's managed to elude investigators for decades. Suffice it to say,
I
this is
didn't
a
know any of
mystery
this part.
within a mystery. Since Ingram's discovery in 1980, both Tina Bar and the grounds around the Washougal
Here's the
River
Prime's
have
X.
been subjected to numerous searches.
I have not seen that, nobly.
But to date, there's been no sign of Cooper, nor the rest of the money.
You know, if Cooper was as smart as we think he is, he would have done all of this while having a full beard, and then when he jumped, he would have shaved the beard off. Just
From
to
the
add
very
another
beginning, it was
layer
assumed by
of
many
good
that
ideas
Cooper
to
did
it.
not survive his daring escape. It would not make for a very thrilling conclusion to this story, but that's the thing about stories. They're usually far more exciting than reality. While there is no hard evidence for nor against Cooper's survival, the assumption that he fell to his death is not without merit. When Cooper leaped into the darkness, Flight 305 was plowing through a frigid rainstorm at roughly 170 knots, 10,000 feet above Southern Washington.
No!
The wind was so violent that it ripped out a placard from the aft stairway.
Oh, Jesus
which was
Christ.
later
He just
recovered
fucking
in
got
1978,
blasted.
almost directly below the estimated flight path. To say that Cooper was not dressed for the occasion would be an understatement. The ground beneath him, meanwhile, was obscured by multiple layers of clouds, which likely means that Cooper jumped without knowing his precise location. Even if he could see the ground and had a specific drop zone in mind, the parachute he selected was non-steerable, meaning he would not have been able to steer his descent towards a specific landing spot, thus precluding any potential coordination with an accomplice
So many
stationed
problems.
on the ground.
He also
While
forgot to
Cooper
account for the
expressed
dragons
some
that hover over
familiarity with
Portland, Oregon.
parachutes, his actual competence level is up for debate.
And also, on
It's
that
widely
night, there was a
believed that
javelin
Cooper
tossing
demanded
competition.
2 pairs of parachutes, 2 primary and 2 reserve, to make the authorities believe that he intended to take a hostage. That is precisely what happened, as the FBI contemplated, but eventually decided against sabotaging the chutes, as they did not want to risk the life of an innocent civilian. But in their haste to obtain them, they unintentionally provided Cooper with a non-functional dummy chute intended for training purposes. This mishap seems to have gone unnoticed by Cooper because that dummy chute was one of the 2 missing from the plane. Not only that, but Cooper chose the older and technically inferior parachute out of the 2 primary chutes provided.
Nice.
So in both cases, it seems like Cooper made the worst possible choice. But there
Thanks, Resub
are
AJ,
other ways to
Absolver, and the
interpret
gift
this
sub banana.
information. For instance, it's possible that
Thanks,
Cooper
Cooper,
used the
the resub
dummy
can.
chute not as a reserve, but as a means to secure the bag of money. In fact, that is precisely what Cooper tried to do with the functional reserve chute. First, he tried to place the money in the chute's canopy before removing some of the suspension lines and wrap them around the bag. Perhaps he used the dummy chute for a similar purpose. And Cooper's decision to use the older primary chute is not necessarily an indication of inexperience. It could also be a sign of familiarity, because the chute he left behind was a civilian luxury chute, while the one he used was a military chute. The argument is that Cooper might have been trained as, say, a paratrooper, and chose the older military chute because that's the one with which he was most familiar.
I'm starting to doubt it.
One other
I don't
reason
think
to
so.
suspect that Cooper had a military
You could have
background.
given him a
When
giant
the flight
pair
was
of
in a
pants and he
holding
probably would have
pattern in
jumped off
Seattle,
holding them.
Cooper mentioned that the
I think he's
McCord
dumb
Air
as fuck
Force
now.
Base was only 20 minutes away from the Seattle-Tacoma airport. At the time, that was an accurate assessment and might suggest a military background. Apart from the potential military connections, Cooper may even have had links to the Central Intelligence Agency.
I doubt it.
You see, the type of aircraft which
He was
Cooper
probably
chose
like
to
a Redditor
hijack,
before
a
Reddit
Boeing
existed.
727, was also used by the CIA to covertly drop agents and supplies during the Vietnam War. A task for which the Boeing 727 was uniquely qualified due to its distinctive aft stairway. So it's fairly safe to assume that Cooper chose to hijack a Boeing 727 specifically because it provided a relatively safe means of escape. Whether he learned of this from the CIA or came to that conclusion
Thanks, DBC.
independently is
Never
another
sub
question.
Sugar Daddy.
However, the fact that Cooper chose to hijack a flight operated by Northwest Airlines was apparently random chance. When Tina Mucklow asked Cooper about his motives, he responded, "It's not because I have a grudge towards your airline, it's just because I have a grudge."
Oh, that's
He
kind of
further
fucking
clarified
cool.
That Flight 305
Woo.
just happened to be in the right place at the
You're
right
not trapped
time.
in here with me.
Even so,
I'm trapped
it's
in here
clear
with
that
frigid
Cooper
weather
came
temperatures and a
prepared.
bad plan.
He seemed to know a great deal about aircraft and aviation. He appeared to be familiar with the local terrain. He maintained a low profile to avoid a panic. He covered his eyes with a pair of glasses to conceal his identity. He left very little evidence behind, and he demanded 4 parachutes to force the assumption that he was taking a hostage. He was even cunning enough to reclaim the note which he'd initially given to Florence Schaffner. Apart from the name he wrote on his plane ticket, there are no other samples of Cooper's handwriting. But for all his planning and cunning, it seems Cooper did not give enough thought to his eventual escape. Not
Yeah, the
only
most
did he
important
fail to
part.
specify a route, but he was forced to
I
make
did
a
it.
last-minute destination
Now I'll just
change
kill
from
myself
Mexico
out here, I
City
guess.
to Reno. He could have demanded more appropriate parachuting equipment like a pair of boots, a helmet, or jumpsuit. He could even have specified the ransom to be delivered in larger denominations to make it lighter and less cumbersome to carry.
Exit Tier 1,
Presuming
Joe.
he did survive the fall and made it safely to the ground, he may then have had to make his way through a dense, partially snow-covered forest in nothing but loafers and a trench coat in late November. I get the distinct impression that Cooper's escape was much more of a leap of faith than a carefully executed jump. On the other hand, authorities never received a
I love
missing
the
persons
animation
report
he has here
matching
with
the
it too. He
description
looks
of
like he's
Cooper
really fucking
in the
struggling
wake of the
falling out.
hijacking. This might suggest that Cooper did survive and that he swiftly and quietly resumed his normal routine. Furthermore, other hijackers have performed similar stunts, and many of them did survive even if they were quickly apprehended. Finally, the simplest explanation for how 3 bundles of cash ended up at Tina Bar is human intervention. At the end of the day, most of this is based on nothing but supposition. Without any concrete evidence of Cooper's demise, it leaves the door wide open to the far more exciting proposition that he did, in fact, survive.
Nah, I've now been convinced that he's a fucking idiot. There's no chance. This man
By
dove
the time
off in the middle of the
press got
night
wind of the hijacking,
in the
FBI
worst
had
possible
already
conditions. He
begun
should have. It's
investigating
like he jumped into a
potential
volcano.
suspects. Among them was
He would have had a
man
higher chance of
reportedly
surviving
with
that.
Initials DB and surname Cooper. This Cooper was quickly eliminated as a suspect, but due to a mix-up by the press, the name Dan Cooper was confused for DB Cooper, and the rest is history. While Dan Cooper is most likely a pseudonym, there is a comic book series of the same name. The comic is written in French and centers around a Canadian pilot named Dan Cooper. While the comic was not translated into English nor sold in the United States before 1971, it was available in Canada, which has a large French-speaking population. Given that American and Canadian accents can be difficult to
Tier 1
distinguish,
MD wall.
it's possible that Cooper, who was described as having no discernible accent, was a bilingual Canadian. This might even be supported by something that Cooper might have said. You see, when the captain relayed Cooper's demands to air traffic control, he used the phrase negotiable American currency. It seems doubtful that an American citizen would specify American currency, so perhaps Cooper was not American. The problem is, we don't know if this is a direct quote from Cooper or paraphrasing by the captain. For instance, notes taken by the crew during the hijacking merely contain the phrase negotiable currency. while testimonies provided by the crew after the hijacking include phrases like $200,000 in cash and circulated US currency. So Cooper might have been Canadian. And
I think Cooper might have been an alien.
Dan Cooper
At this point, he could be anything,
just as
anyone.
He might have been American.
We could all be
and
DB
might
Cooper.
Have taken his name from something or someone else. Nearly half a century has gone by since the hijacking took place, and in that time, thousands of suspects have been questioned and investigated. It would obviously be impossible to cover all of them here, but let's take a look at some of the people that at some point or another have been suspected of being DB Cooper.
It's just a picture of my dad. This man loves working on old cars.
First became a suspect.
He's never parachuted, but we thought it was worth checking out anyway.
He seems like a solid candidate. He was a decorated Army paratrooper and helicopter pilot. He had experience with explosives. He had an extensive criminal record. He had an uncle named John Cooper who was an avid skydiver.
Whoa.
He was expelled from the army only months before the hijacking, which might suggest a motive. After all, the hijacker did say he had a grudge. When confronted by journalists and private investigators, Rackstraw would neither confirm nor outright deny that he was DB Cooper.
It's him
Instead,
then.
he'd say things like, "I could have been," or "I would not discount myself."
Actually,
On the other hand, Rackstraw had light-colored eyes, which
and
Cooper
thanks
did
Cooper
not.
again.
More significantly, Rackstraw was only 28 years of age at the time of the hijacking. This is well outside the range of ages reported by the crew and passengers, most of whom believed Cooper was in his mid-40s. Kenneth Christensen first became a suspect in 2003 when his brother noticed certain parallels between him and Cooper. Christensen had briefly served as a paratrooper in World War II, and since 1953 he'd worked for Northwest Airlines as both a mechanic and a flight attendant. He was 45 years old at the time of the hijacking. He was left-handed, which Cooper might have been. For instance, Cooper used his left hand to interact with his briefcase, and the clip-on tie he left on board was affixed with a tie clasp applied from the left. Shortly before he died in 1994, Christensen had supposedly told his brother, "There is something you should know, but I cannot tell you." After his passing, his family discovered over $200,000 in his bank accounts. To top it all off, Florence Schaffner stated that photographs of Christensen bore a strong resemblance to Cooper.
Why don't you check the serial numbers on that
Christensen
money?
did not match the physical description of Cooper. He was both shorter and lighter. While Schaffner did see a strong resemblance, she remarked that Cooper had more hair, and that is supported by the composite sketches. And there was nothing suspicious about the large sums of money which he simply earned by selling land.
This is the
Richard
70s, it wasn't
McCoy
digital,
first
I'm sure he
became
had
a
it
suspect
physical.
In 1972 when he hijacked a Boeing 727 and escaped via the aft stairway, much like DB Cooper. Because of the significant overlap between the two hijackings, some believe they must have been committed by the same person. McCoy used a fake name, he used a fake hand grenade to threaten the crew, he used handwritten notes to issue his demands. Both McCoy and Cooper used the phrase "no funny stuff" as a warning to the crew. McCoy demanded $500,000 in cash and 4 parachutes. McCoy also bailed out the back of the plane once they passed over his hometown in the state of Utah. Apart from the similar modus operandi, McCoy had also served in the Vietnam War as a demolitions expert and a helicopter pilot. McCoy did actually survive the fall and managed to evade authorities for 2 full days before he was apprehended and sentenced to 45 years in prison. Before his death in 1974, McCoy refused to confirm or deny that he was DB Cooper. On the other hand, McCoy was an avid recreational skydiver and even came prepared with a skydiving helmet and jumpsuit. He gave very specific instructions about the flight path. In addition to the fake hand grenade, McCoy also used an unloaded handgun to threaten the crew. He failed to retrieve one of the notes he'd given to a flight attendant. He was only 29 years of age at the time of the hijacking, and all 3 flight attendants were quite certain that McCoy was not Cooper. While there are meaningful parallels between these two cases,
a lot of
McCoy
parallels.
might simply have been a copycat who'd read about DB Cooper in the news.
That is a lot of fucking parallels, though. Holy shit.
Dwayne Weber first became a suspect in 1995 when, shortly before his death, he supposedly told his wife, "I've got a secret to tell you. I am Dan Cooper." Following his deathbed confession, Weber's widow recalled a number of fascinating details.
Actually, gives some
She claims to have
DB
found a
Cooper himself.
backpack resembling the one used in the hijacking. She claims Weber had sustained a knee injury after jumping out of a plane. Weber supposedly had a nightmare about leaving his fingerprints on the aft stairs. And a year before the money was discovered at Tina Bar, Weber had allegedly paid a quick visit to the same location. In addition, Weber was a World War II veteran, he had an extensive criminal record, he'd matched the physical description, and he was 47 years old in 1971. On the other hand, Weber's fingerprints did not match any of the prints collected from Flight 305. Although, to be fair, there's no way to know if any of those prints actually belonged to Cooper. Furthermore, Weber's DNA did not match a DNA sample collected from the tie clasp. But once again, there's no way to know if the DNA on the tie clasp actually came from the hijacker and not someone else. What's so frustrating is that the FBI likely had a much better source of DNA at one point. If you recall, 8 cigarette butts were collected from the scene and there's a good chance they were all suffused with Cooper's DNA. The problem is, that evidence was lost at some point and has not turned up since.
How? What do you do, shove him up his butthole before jumping off? How did...
William Smith first became a suspect in 2018. Smith served in the Navy
I totally forgot about that.
And likely had some experience with parachuting. He was 43 years old at the time of the hijacking. He had dark brown eyes. He matched the physical description. He shared a certain likeness with the composite sketches, especially this speculative sketch of an older D.B. Cooper. A student named
That's definitely a drawing from his grandson or something.
Attended the same high school.
That is just that man.
Smith worked as a
drawn by his son.
For a railroad company for most of his life, but in 1970 the company filed for bankruptcy. As a consequence, Smith lost his pension, which might suggest a motive. He could, for instance, have developed a grudge towards the airline industry for their role in bringing about the downfall of the rail transportation industry. It's further speculated that Smith could have used his knowledge of railroad networks to hop on a train and escape undetected. On the other hand, Smith spent his entire life in the northeastern United States. Given that the hijacking occurred on the other side of the country and was committed by someone who at least appeared to be familiar with the local terrain, Smith is not the most ideal candidate. However, the fact that Smith worked as a yardmaster is interesting. You see, the tie that Cooper left behind was recently examined using an electron microscope, which uncovered various metallic particles. Some of these particles, especially pure titanium, were quite rare in 1971. This might suggest that Cooper worked as a manager at some sort of chemical or metallurgical facility, or possibly a rail yard.
I think it's him! The old man!
If nothing else, I hope this limited selection of suspects illustrates just how difficult it is to be certain when you have so little evidence to work with.
Yeah, that was fucking fascinating.
These 5 individuals look nothing alike, yet any one of them could be D.B. Cooper. Was Cooper really in his mid-40s, or did he simply look old for his age? Did Cooper really serve in the military?
Yeah, what if they all did it? There was 5 Coopers that kept switching out.
Cooper. In 2016, the FBI had to admit defeat and officially close down the case. Unless someone stumbles upon Cooper's remains or manages to track down the rest of the money, it seems there is little hope of resolution. Did Cooper survive? I have no idea.
No, he
but
didn't.
As long
no
as
chance.
that possibility cannot be dismissed, the legend of D.B. Cooper will no doubt persist.
Thanks, the Prime Gaben. In my professional opinion, I think there's no fucking chance after hearing all of the conditions he would have had to go through to survive, that he actually survived. I think what could have fucking happened is he jumped out of the plane and just got split in half and gored by just awful temperatures. He probably went through like a fucking swarm of locusts too with everything he was saying was going on at the time. I think there's no chance that man fucking tapped down on the ground. He fucking died at mid-flight. I had no idea the conditions were that bad when he made the jump. I didn't know half of this shit, actually. I only knew the general overview. Exit Prime Blammo. What a great watch. I can't believe I haven't seen that one. I know what Chubby Emu is. Fuck, is there any new D.B. Cooper info now? Now I'm so glued. We have so much technology now, we should be able to recreate the entire history of that tie that D.B. Cooper left behind. We should be able to take that tie, put it in my fucking hard drive, and be able to see the entire manufacturing process and who owned the tie all the way up until it was on the plane. He's the Prime Nar in the Tier 1 Swebs. I don't even know what that means, James. I'm not caught up on the drama on that one. Let's see. DB Cooper. RP is DB Cooper. Yeah, that'll be my new character in GTA RP. What is the newest development here? This video was in 2020, so do we have any startling new intel in 2021? Shit. Shit. Doesn't look like it. What a fascinating story. Is there any others like that? DB Cooper, flight attendant Tina Mucklow as the key to mysterious skyjacking, but does her story hold the answers? Cicada 3011's not terrible. And it's not 3011, isn't it? 3301? Yeah, it's 3301. Have you seen the true story of the gentleman bank robbers? I think so. God damn it. And yeah, I've watched most of the Zodiac Killer stuff. Ben Affleck played me. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Ben Affleck seems like such a good guy. He's got a big dragon tattoo on his back. Thanks to resub Coke Gremlin. Searching for the 5 by Nexpo is very similar. That one I'm pretty sure I've seen. But hold on, I still got this DB Cooper shit up. Wild. Okay. Let me take a piss real quick and we'll do another one. I'll be right back. Alright, team. Back in it. Thanks to the resub. Kurglin. Did you hear mid-February more hikers went missing in the Dyatlov Pass? No, that's pretty crazy though. And I'm not sure, Logan. A lot of suggestions here. Okay. Rafael Minicello. Okay. He's a YouTuber now? You said this was the world's longest plane hijacking. And now he makes YouTube videos? This story is also not very well known, it seems. Have I heard of the otaku murderer? No. You were one of the few people to get to the end of the Cicada 3301 puzzles. No fucking way. No, you weren't. The people that got to the end of the Cicada 3301 puzzles were recruited right into the International Space Station. They went straight to space. No fucking chance. You would not be here to talk about it. You'd be on a whole nother plane. Thanks to the resub Bumby and Tier 1 Rob Burke. And the Prime Sneaky Spy. You know, what else haven't I seen from this channel now?
Just let me know.
I've apparently missed quite a bit. I've seen most of these. I think I've seen all of these. The Roanoke one has like an actual conclusion. I'm pretty sure I know that one, but we can do it. I think I've seen this one too. But
just let me know.
Fuck it. We'll go in.
Near the end of the 16th century,
Thanks to the Prime Pony.
A man by the name of John White embarked on a transatlantic voyage. His destination was the island of Roanoke along the southeastern coast of North America. On this island, White had established an English colony some 3 years before, and he was now returning to resume his position as governor. After a long and difficult journey, White finally reached the site of the colony, only to find the more than 100 men, women and children he'd left behind had disappeared. A secret message carved into a tree was one of the only clues left behind at the scene. Before White had a chance to conduct a more extensive search, the ship returned to England, and in its wake, it left a mystery. What happened to the lost colony of Roanoke?
I think I know the conclusion, so I'm just gonna say it. I don't remember if this is right since it's been so long, and I actually haven't watched this video. I was wrong. If I remember correctly, they just left.
Events leading up to its disappearance.
They literally just left.
The story begins in 1584, when 2 ships sailed across the Atlantic to scout for a suitable location for the planting of the first permanent English colony.
Makes a Tier 1 bunch of eggs in the Tier 1 mayo.
In mid-July, they made landfall on a string of barrier islands known as the Outer Banks. The English quickly developed friendly relations with the local Native Americans and were soon invited to their village on Roanoke Island. After about a month, the scouting expedition returned to their ships and sailed back to England. Upon the expedition's return in late September, the man in charge of the enterprise, Walter Raleigh, immediately began preparations to plant a permanent colony somewhere along the Outer Banks. Raleigh was soon thereafter knighted by Queen Elizabeth I, and the new land was to be named Virginia in honor of the Virgin Queen. In April of 1585, a fleet of 7 ships departed England with a complement of roughly 600 men and loaded with enough provisions to sustain the colony for about a year. The fleet reached the Outer Banks at the end of June, but was soon faced with a crisis.
I know nothing about it.
Navigating the waters of the Outer Banks can be notoriously treacherous, as indicated by these sinking ships. And when the flagship passed through one of the shallow inlets, it struck a shoal and was nearly destroyed. As the flagship carried the bulk of the provisions and most of it was now spoiled by seawater, the scope of the colony had to be dramatically reduced. About 100 men, far fewer than initially intended, were stationed on Roanoke Island, and with the natives' approval, they began construction of what was to become the Roanoke colony. The island was primarily chosen for its strategic value. It provided quick access to the ocean while still making the colony invisible to Spanish patrols. You see, Spain had already colonized and laid claim to much of what the English now called Virginia, so they had to be careful.
Old war shit is so fucking cool to me.
A second wave of supplies and reinforcements was expected
to
arrive
thank you for the 20 gift subs again, Abrasive.
But unbeknownst to the colonists,
Thank
the
you, Abrasive. I
resupply
hope you've
mission
been
had
well.
been countermanded by the Queen to deal with more pressing concerns back in England. As such, once the colonists ran out of food, they had to rely on the generosity of the natives.
Appreciate the fat drop
However,
as always.
the
Thank
natives
you,
only
Abrasive.
had so much to spare and struggled to meet increasing demands by the colonists. This overdependence quickly began to strain their relationship. Meanwhile, people had begun to notice a disturbing trend. Every time the English visited a Native American village, many of its inhabitants would inexplicably collapse and die. The natives believed the English could kill from a distance by shooting invisible bullets, and they were not too far off. While unknown at the time, the English were carrying deadly pathogens to which the natives lacked immunity, and thus an epidemic was unwittingly unleashed upon the indigenous population. The two leaders back on Roanoke, Colonial Governor Rolfe Lane and Indian chieftain Wingina, eventually grew so suspicious of one another that cohabitation was no longer possible. Wingina decided to remove his people from the island and retreated to a larger village on the mainland. Meanwhile, Lane came to believe that Wingina had formed an alliance with other tribes and that they were plotting to launch an attack against the colony. Whether he was paranoid or not, Lane decided to take preemptive action. On the 1st of June, 1586, Lane and his men made their way to the mainland village.
No, I'm pretty sure it has a real explanation. I think they just moved. They literally left.
Men chased after and decapitated Wingina, and his head was later impaled outside the fort of the colony. A week later, a large English fleet commanded by the renowned sea captain Sir Francis Drake dropped by the Outer Banks on its way back to England. Given the lack of food and violent clashes with the natives, it was decided to abandon the colony. The colonists were hastily evacuated off the island, and then after 9 long months, they all returned home. All except 3, who were not located in time for the evacuation, and so the fleet left them behind. They were never heard from again. If the scouting expedition of 1584 had been a resounding success, the colony of 1585 was a categorical failure. Relations with the Native Americans had completely fallen apart, the severe lack of food had made life miserable, and they had failed to track down rumored sources of gold and copper which could have made the venture worthwhile. In spite of all this, at least one man
But at least they
was
found
eager to
friends.
return. His name was John White. White was a painter and artist
Thanks, there's
by
a
trade,
tiger
and many
in
of the maps and
Chacrosis and the
sketches that
prime
you've seen
pseudo.
so far were either drawn by him or based on his work. Somewhat ironically, however, there are no surviving portraits of White himself. White's participation in these earlier voyages is slightly ambiguous. He may have been part of the scouting expedition in 1584, but he was definitely part of the voyage in 85. What is a bit unclear is whether he stayed behind at the colony or returned to England with the outbound fleet. For instance, White's name is not included in a surviving list of all the colonists. But some historians believe this is merely an oversight and that he was in fact part of the colony. In either case, Sir Walter Raleigh was eventually persuaded by White and others to attempt a second venture. Unlike the first colony, which had been more...
What if Roanoke grew so advanced that they actually were able to build teleportation and teleported out?
White's pregnant daughter,
Is that a potential
Eleanor
theory?
Dare. After a long struggle to secure the necessary funding, a fleet of 3 ships commanded by White, who would also serve as the governor of the colony, departed England in late spring of 1587.
Thanks to the gift sub Kingo So and the resub Senpai. Thanks for a long time of watching.
The misfortune of the first colony did not end with its evacuation in 1586. Only days later, a ship filled with provisions sent by Sir Walter Raleigh arrived at the Outer Banks. The crew spent some time searching for the colonists, but when they found no sign of them,
scary adventure
including the
going from
3 men that
place
had
to
been left
place
behind,
on the
they
sea like
returned
that.
home. The same thing happened 2 weeks later when an English-bound fleet loaded with supplies and reinforcements also found the colony deserted. Unwilling to leave the colony vacant, however, the captain left 15 crewmen on Roanoke before the fleet resumed course for England. John White had been told about the 15 crewmen before he departed, so when his fleet approached the Outer Banks in late July of 1587, he intended to pay them a visit. But this is where things get confusing. You see, the second colony was never intended to be established on Roanoke. After all, the long list of complications encountered by the first colony made it clear that Roanoke was far from an ideal location. Instead, the second colony, or the city of Raleigh as the man in charge had so immodestly named it, was to be planted somewhere along the coast of Chesapeake Bay. This made a lot more sense. The water was deeper to allow for larger ships, and not nearly as precarious as those around the Outer Banks. There was plenty of open space, the soil was more fertile, and all around it seemed an improvement to Roanoke Island. But the fleet's Portuguese navigator, Simão Fernandes, had other plans. Fernandes had also been the navigator of the 2 previous expeditions and was a far more experienced sailor than White.
How does this all tie into Roanoke,
was
though?
officially
I'm
the
a little
captain,
confused.
It seems much of the crew respected the authority of Fernandes. As such, when Fernandes decided to ignore the plan about Chesapeake Bay and instead simply dump the colonists on Roanoke, White did nothing to challenge his decision. The rest of the crew quickly fell in line, and soon enough everyone disembarked for Roanoke. Upon reaching the abandoned colony, there was no sign of the 15 crewmen they had come to assist. Instead, they found a pile of bones that appeared to be the remains of one of them.
Nice, they ate
White
him.
suspected the men had been attacked by vengeful Indians, and any doubts he might have had were soon to be raised. After only a few days on the island, a colonist by the name of George Howe was attacked by a group of natives who pelted him with 16 arrows before caving in his skull with a wooden club.
Wow.
A brutal yet unmistakable message. The English were no longer welcome on Roanoke. Even so, the colonists were not without allies. You see, when the scouting expedition returned to England in 1584, 2 Native Americans named Wanchese and Manteo were brought along with them. Wanchese was from Roanoke, while Manteo was from a neighboring village on the island of Croatoan. When they were finally brought back to North America in 1585, they had developed vastly different opinions of the English people. As soon as they made landfall, Wanchese returned to Roanoke with nothing but resentment for these foreign invaders. Meanwhile, Manteo was fascinated by everything the English had to offer. He became their trusted guide and a mediator of sorts to
they had like
smooth out
technology and
relations
shit,
upon
right?
first contact. So, following the death of George Howe, White reached out to the Croatoans, and they confirmed what he'd initially suspected. A large group of Indian tribes had indeed attacked the 15 crewmen stationed on Roanoke. This coalition was spearheaded by none other than Wanchese. At least
that
2
bastard!
of the crewmen had been killed in the attack, while the rest escaped in a small boat, never to be seen again. Roanoke had become a much more dangerous place to live. Simão Fernandes remained anchored near the Outer Banks for about a month before he decided to return to England. In the meantime, the colonists had grown concerned about the long-term survival of the colony. If the colony were to be truly self-sufficient, they argued, they would require more people and more food.
And a nuclear reactor.
They implored Governor White to return to England with Fernandes so that he could bring back supplies and restock the colony. White was initially hesitant to leave as he feared he'd be accused of desertion if he returned to England alone. Not to mention he would have to abandon his daughter, who had recently given birth to a daughter of her own, named Virginia, on this remote and precarious island. But in time, he was persuaded to go, and as the fleet departed in late August of 1587, he could not have known he would never see any of them again.
Oh no. The Kraken got him, huh? We live in such a fucking boring world.
After a long and difficult voyage,
I wish it was something like
White
a
returned
fucking
to a
Elder God
country
Cthulhu was the one
By
like
orders
behind
the
all of it.
Queen, no ships were to leave England until the threat of a Spanish invasion had passed. This was bad news for White, and his best efforts notwithstanding, he remained trapped in England for 3 long years. It was not until the spring of 1590, with the help of Sir Walter Raleigh, that White finally managed to book passage in a convoy bound for America. Upon reaching the Outer Banks,
I haven't seen that, but that sounds scary, sleepy.
Plumes of smoke appeared to emanate from Roanoke Island. 2 boats were quickly dispatched, and the crew fired the ship's cannons to make their presence known. The men could see a great fire as they approached the island, but White never clarifies whether it was natural
Where's the
or
5 gift
lit
subs,
by
Dustin?
people. Once ashore, they made their way to the west end of the island
Appreciate
and
it,
found a set
Dustin.
of footprints. They appeared to be fresh,
Don't know what that means, but
there
thanks,
was
Omni.
no sign of those to whom they belonged. The search party then headed north and happened upon a tree where someone had carved the letters C-R-O. Upon reaching the entrance of the colony, they came across a second inscription. It was the word Croatoan engraved into a wooden post. The post was but one of many that now formed a defensive barrier around the colony. The colony itself was deserted, and clearly had been for some time, given the overgrowth of grass and weeds. The houses had been taken down and stripped of valuables. All they found were bars of iron, a few cannons, as well as 5
Iron's
looted
valuable.
chests. There
Thanks
was
for
no
5 gift
trace
subs,
of the
handy
roughly
dandy.
115 colonists,
Appreciate the
nor
generosity,
the small
thank you.
boats left in their possession. As far as anyone could tell, no one had lived here for quite some time. The story of the lost colony is often centered around the 2 engravings, and without the full context, it's easy to see how an author might imbue these inscriptions with intrigue and mystery. In truth, the carvings are some of the more well-understood elements of the
Thank you for the 5
entire
gift subs,
story.
Elgato, and the
At
tier 1
least John
Sleepy.
White had no doubts about their meaning. White explains in his notes
you,
that
Gato.
before he left in 1587, he and the colonists had come to an agreement. If they decided to abandon the colony before the governor's return, they were to leave behind a secret token of their destination. Furthermore, if this abandonment was forced upon them, they were to include a cross to signify distress. Because no such cross had been found, White was confident the colonists had safely relocated to the island of Croatoan.
I fucking
Thus,
told you,
White
yeah.
swiftly returned to the ship and convinced the captain to set course for Croatoan. But while the crew prepared for departure, the anchor cable snapped, and without the spare anchor, the captain felt it was too dangerous to continue. In the end, White never made it to Croatoan, and it was the last time he ever ventured across the Atlantic.
Yeah, they literally just fucking left. Oh yeah, this place sucks, I'm out.
While an unsatisfying conclusion, it seems relatively safe to assume the lost colony of Roanoke simply relocated to the island of Croatoan. Case closed?
Not sure, Dead Alarm. There's a lot of cool history.
Not quite. You see, while explaining the meaning of the inscriptions, White revealed another interesting yet puzzling detail. With a single sentence, White explains that before he left in 1587, the colonists were preparing to move 50 miles into the mainland. While Croatoan is about 50 miles south of Roanoke, it's also an island, distinctly not part of the mainland. As such, this lone sentence introduces, if but a modicum of doubt, to White's version of events.
Like the Prime Thief and
Perhaps
Resub Heretic.
Croatoan was not their intended destination after all. If so, where could they have gone? "20 years after the Roanoke colony was lost, the Anglo-Spanish War had come to an
Thanks, the
end.
Prime Sealy.
John White faded into obscurity, and Sir Walter Raleigh had been found guilty of treason for conspiring against the crown. Yeah, I know, it's a whole other thing. Anyway, renewed interest in America saw the plantation of a third colony in 1607. The Jamestown colony was established within the borders of a vast confederacy of Native American tribes ruled by a man the English called Powhatan. One day, Powhatan captured the future governor of the colony, John Smith, and told him about
What a
the place
fucking
where men
awful
wearing
name.
European clothing lived. Then, after his release in 1608, Smith drew a rough map of Virginia, and this is one of the notations. Unfortunately, this claim and others just like it were never properly investigated, so we can never know if this was anything more than a rumor. Another unconfirmed report was that all but a few of the colonists had been massacred by Powhatan.
5K
The survivors
bits,
of
Rob.
this
Jesus.
slaughter
No, I
at
haven't.
Roanoke
Well,
had
I
then
actually have.
supposedly scattered
It's a
across
show.
the region. The problem is, White did not report any human remains or signs of a battle when he returned to Roanoke in
Thank you, Rob.
1590. Even so, an acquaintance of John Smith later wrote that Powhatan had confessed to the massacre after Smith was captured. Smith himself, however, makes no mention of this alleged confession, and he was not exactly known to shy away from embellishment. Pocahontas. Other reports included sightings of Native American children with unusually pale skin and blonde hair, which led many to suspect they could be the descendants of the lost colonists. What they had no way of knowing at the time, however, was that albinism is far more prevalent among Native Americans than Europeans. A more solid lead emerged a full century later when the English explorer John Lawson made contact with a tribe known as the Hatteras. The Hatteras occupied the same land as the Croatoans, but the island was now much larger and known as Hatteras Island after a storm had closed one of the inlets. The Hatteras explained to Lawson that some of their ancestors had been white and able to read. Several members of the tribe also had gray eyes, a unique trait of the Hatteras according to Lawson. They also spoke of a local legend about a ghost ship, which they referred to as Sir Walter Raleigh's ship.
Whoa!
Hearing all this, Lawson grew convinced the Hatteras was in fact the descendants of the lost colony. Much like John White, Lawson believed the colony had been relocated to Croatoan, and over time the two peoples had become one. Okay, so we now have two sources over a century apart arguing for the same version of events. John White says they went to Croatoan because carvings, John Lawson says they went to Croatoan because grey eyes and ghosts. Not the most decisive evidence perhaps, but it does make for a compelling argument. Following Lawson's encounter with the Hatteras in 1701, nothing of significance would be uncovered for centuries. That is until the late 1930s when a series of peculiar stones suddenly brought the mystery back to life.
Whoa,
the stones had been
what?
inscribed with messages supposedly written by Eleanor Dare, the daughter of John White. Unfortunately, they all turned out to be fake.
Oh,
well,
cool.
All except the first stone, whose authenticity remains in doubt. This stone features a message from Dare addressed to White in which he describes the tragic death of her husband and child. The composition of the stone makes it well suited for inscribing a message, but a poor choice for a forger, as they would have had to chemically age the fresh markings to match the weathered surface. It would not have been impossible, but quite difficult to do so in the 1930s.
Why would
On
they
the other
bother
hand,
forging
the man who
that shit in the
supposedly
first
found
place?
The stone was never heard from again, and the precise location of its discovery was conveniently kept secret. The credibility of the writing is equally contested, and there's just no consensus on what to make of it. Modern archaeological research has also been plagued by uncertainties. Excavations at Roanoke have mostly confirmed the presence of a 16th century English colony, but have done little in the way of determining its fate. Meanwhile, excavations on Hatteras has yielded a mix of Native American and European artifacts, including the hilt of a light sword, but nothing that can be definitively linked to the lost colony. To make matters worse, much of the evidence may now be underwater due to centuries of shifting sands and erosion of the islands.
Damn, time is fucking crazy.
It was partially out of frustration for this lack of progress that researchers made a remarkable discovery in late 2011. While inspecting
Turns out the
White's
colonists
map
are
of
still
Virginia,
alive.
a member of the first colony
They discovered
foundation
immortality.
took note of these patches. Historically, patches like these have been used to correct minor mistakes, so no one had ever given them a second thought. This time, someone did and had the patches carefully examined. Underneath the lower patch, they found exactly what you'd expect: minor corrections. Underneath the upper patch, however, they found this.
Siemens. Oh.
This four-pointed star is a typical representation of a fort. A comparable symbol can be seen on this map from the early 17th century. The paint used to draw the symbol matches the paint used elsewhere on the map, including the corrections drawn on top of the lower patch, suggesting it was drawn and concealed by White himself.
Whoa.
More puzzling still, a slightly smaller four-pointed star enclosed by two concentric squares has been painted with invisible ink on top of the patch. This symbol can even be faintly discerned with the naked eye, meaning it's been hiding in plain sight all along. Finally, this fort is situated on the mainland,
but what does it all
approximately 50
mean?
miles west of Roanoke.
Are the colonists among us now? Jesus Christ.
The location of the concealed fort was quickly named Site X in reference to the expression X marks the spot.
Nice.
While the fort itself
Pretty
has
cool.
yet to be found, presuming it was ever built, archaeological digs have uncovered a few items of interest. Fragments of pottery
Hey, I know
and
his channel
bits of
very well,
metal
King Oso.
are indicative of an English presence, but much like the findings on Hatteras, an indisputable link to the lost colony has yet to be established.
God damn, thank you again, Rob.
That being said, the research is still ongoing, and the smoking gun, whatever it may be, will
Okay, I
perhaps
can do
have
that
been
next.
found by the time you're watching this. Presuming this is the intended location for the city of
Thank
Raleigh,
you, Rob.
one
Thanks to
has to
resub
wonder,
Rubhub.
why was it concealed with a patch? Tempting as it may be to envision some elaborate conspiracy, there is a very simple explanation. Remember how in 1608, John Smith sent this rough map of Virginia
Yes, how
back
could I
to
forget
England?
1608?
Well, this is not the original map, but an illicit copy. A copy made in secret by the Spanish ambassador and covertly passed along to the King of Spain. So England had good reason to worry about sensitive information, such as the location of a fort, being intercepted by enemy spies. Another example is how the colony on Roanoke was concealed through omission. We still don't know the precise location or layout of the colony because it was never indicated on any of the surviving maps. While it continues
What do you
to be
mean?
a
I was
source
looking
of
right at it.
aggravation among historians and archaeologists, this secrecy did serve a purpose as it prevented Spain from ever finding the colony. In fact, Spain continued to search for the colony long after it was lost, so it's unlikely they had anything
Thanks
to
to give
do
some
with
potato
its
and prime
disappearance.
vengeful.
On the other hand, if the fort was never built,
Good point,
the patch
Omni.
may be precisely what it was always assumed to be, nothing more than a correction. Then again, the near invisible symbol drawn on top of the patch strongly imply concealment as opposed to a simple revision. After going through all the available evidence, this is what I'm thinking. So John White left Roanoke in 1587.
Right.
When he failed to return, the colony was split into two groups. One decamped for Site X, while the other went to live with the friendly Croatoans to await the governor's return.
Oh,
The region is
interesting.
known to have suffered a severe drought just after White left, so the relocation may not only have been motivated by diminishing supplies and hostilities, but
Maybe
also by a
another night,
lack of
comrade.
water and crop production.
It's
As
getting late,
years
no more
turned
rabbit
into
holes.
decades, the colonists may have
I'm already
started
deep in
families
one.
with, and thus become inseparable from, the indigenous people amongst whom they lived. Not only would this explain the disappearance, but also the Croatoan inscription, the 50 miles into the main, as well as the grey eyes of the Hatteras. While I'm still leaning towards it being fake, I do find it interesting how the Dare stone was supposedly discovered just a few miles north of Site X. After all, if you're a hoaxer and you want to convince 1930s America that this stone is genuine, why claim you found it so far away from Roanoke? One should also keep in mind that much of the evidence relies solely on the words and paintings of one man. Parts of White's account could easily be a misinterpretation or exaggeration, so depending on what evidence you regard as credible, other solutions are equally plausible. For instance, some believe the colony went ahead with the original plan and relocated somewhere along the coast of Chesapeake Bay. Others believe they were all lost at sea after a failed attempt to return to England. But these solutions are about as helpful as saying the colony vanished into thin air. Without a more localized place of interest to search for corroborating evidence, there is virtually no hope of resolution. So, with all that being said, many questions remain. What happened to the 3 forsaken colonists and the 13 crewmen? Why did Simão Fernandes disobey orders and dump the colonists on Roanoke? Why was one of the 2 engravings left incomplete? why was everyone named John? As for the most important question of them all, well, if there is an answer to that question, chances are it lies buried somewhere at Site X, just waiting to be found.
Damn. I think his theory makes the most sense. They split into groups and they both went to 2 different places. I think that is the most likely. But I like to imagine there's a more paranormal element at play. I think what also could have happened is perhaps a dimensional rift had occurred at some point, maybe due to an intense weather anomaly. And through that rift entered one of the Lovecraftian villains we just recently learned about, and that is what happened. Thanks to Prime Weathers. And I can't be proven wrong yet, but I eventually will, I think. But how does D.B. Cooper tie into this? What if D.B. Cooper was one of the colonists? That'd be a fun fucking series to explore if you tied every, like, real-world mystery into an anime. So you have, like, all kinds of fucking crazy shit tied together. I'd like to see D.B. Cooper have some kind of crazy fucking anime lore. Thanks to resub Xpub. Okay, so what was it? MacGyver Prison Escape? Oh, we have seen. This is from Breakout. This is literally what got us to watch the entire series of Breakout. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Yeah, we watched all of Breakout because we saw the MacGyver Prison Escape. It was a great show. Thanks to Prime Dank. Man, can you believe how long it's been since that? Holy shit. No Forged in Fire. We already watched one and then switched to, like, the fucking mystery thing. I think I'm just gonna call it a night, actually. I gotta get up early. Thanks to Prime Toito. Thanks everyone for tuning in. To everyone who donated, big thank you. New subs, welcome aboard. Sub means a lot to me, so thank you for subbing. I really appreciate the generosity. I hope you enjoy the emotes, and I hope you all have a wonderful evening. I will send you... Where to? Who haven't I sent you to in a while? Yeah, it's pretty cool lore as well, Evan. Thanks to resub Keldor. I'll just toss you over to... I'll toss you to Ray, I think. Thanks to resub Ghost G-Man and E-Money. It's been a while since I played with Ray, since the Rust RP server. I see he's playing tabletop games. We did Scoots last night, and then we did Emotions a couple days ago, I believe. And we'll just go somewhere new tonight. So I'll sauce you to Ray C. Many of you will remember him from our days in Rust, back when we were building the maze. I'm unsure what tabletop game he's playing, but hopefully it'll be a good one. Thanks again, everyone. I really appreciate it, and have a great night. See ya. Thanks to resub Cuck. And thank you, Dentistry. See ya.